experienced life when it comes to that. I'm glad he can put so much heart into his work. Opal is worth revisiting for sure for Halloween, I would say. I would do it probably every year. It's a good one. Over the Garden Wall is also a tradition for a lot of people, but I would say Opal should be a new one as like a Halloween tradition. I think it's very good. And if it released like years and years back, I feel like it would have probably been like nominated for Independent Animation Awards or something. It's that good. It's really solid. Thank you, Super Jank VHS. Oh no, it's Jank. My VHS. The Jank. Thank you for this audacious, odd $30. I think that's Australian dollars. But it's abbreviated AUD. They said the stream is a lot of fun, LOL. What are you laughing about? No fun! No! Nintendo is banning you from Smash 4! You can't have your save file, you can't have your Animal Crossing village! I'm taking it all! It is weird. I'm joking when I say that, obviously, but it is weird still to think about that with Nintendo. They are kind of like that. They do get really insecure if you're playing their game the wrong way. That they're like, no, I don't care if you're having fun anymore. This isn't the right way to play it. You can't have fun anymore. Let me show you real fun. I'm having fun not playing the game that way. That's how you're supposed to have fun. They've eased up with it a bit, I guess. Smash 4 was one of the bigger examples of, I don't know what's going on. Why are you banning players for playing the video game properly? But no, this stream was really fun. I had a great time during it. It was really laid back. It was really calm, really tame. And once again, compared to like the atmosphere on Twitch, not really the same thing. I was surprised how lax it was here. I had a good time. And hopefully other people had a fun time with Kirby. I'm sorry I'm taking so long reading these, but once again, I do like giving proper time to reading each of these. I don't like the idea of just shotgunning through and being like, okay, done, bye. I do think it's fair to like actually get into discussions on some of these, because they are interesting too. Even with perspectives I don't agree with, I'm always interested in hearing them just because it's, you know, more exposure to other mentalities. You get to understand people a bit better. Thank you, Tommy Rogers, for $5. Glad to hear you're having fun and spreading great random information I never knew, but love that I know now. Thank you. I had to kind of parse that a bit because of the line breaks. It initially was just glad to hear you're having fun and spreading, and I was nervous what that was leading into, but I'm glad it was about information. Thank you. Thank you, Tubby Rogers. Oh, thank you, Cactus Cat. I guess...
Cactus Cat from the stream.
From, no, you're thinking Coffee Cat.
Oh, you're right.
No, Cactus Cat is because cats really like cactuses, but then they rub against them, and then they're in pain for weeks. I don't think they do that, but I will say I did have a pet cactus. Not a pet cactus. Plant. Just had a plant. It's not a pet. It's a plant. But still. It's like a pet rock. I did have a cactus as a kid. I had a little tiny cactus. And the cat did love it. It loved hanging out with the cactus. It was always laying with it. And I was nervous for it because it's like, I hope it doesn't end up like shoving its face into that thing. Funnily enough, no, the cat didn't. But I did. It wasn't my face, my hand. I forget why I accidentally hit the cactus one day, but that was what happened. Was I bumped into it with my hand, and oh my god, I never want to touch a cactus again, that's for sure. At least I got to have that experience. I know what it feels like.
Did the needles get stuck in it?
Oh yeah, the needles got stuck so deep that I couldn't even get all of them out. Some of them I just had to wait some time, and then they eventually came out because they're barbed. Yeah. They stab deep into you. They do not want to come out. And they can tear you up as you're trying to get them out. You have to be careful with them too. But yeah, it was very painful. And then uncomfortable for about a week. Not just because, yes, the like lingering pain of it, but also feeling like you still have more of them stuck in you, even if you don't. Odd sensation, but thank you, Cactus Cat, for the $2. I gave you a cactus story out of that. They said, hi, Ding Dong. Hi, Julian. Hi, Cactus Cat. I hope you are not headbutting your cactus.
Oh man, I fucked up. This sucks.
Someone said pet cactus should be the new pet rock. I mean, people like having cactuses. I think they're fun plants to have around. Plants are fun. Julian, I feel bad for him. Last year, he had a pumpkin actually really growing. There was a vine forming and everything. And then the kids came by and, like, ripped it up.
I don't think it was the kids. I think it was animals.
You think so?
Yeah.
This year, I think for sure it was.
Last year.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily know.
Yeah, last year it was a vine that got ripped up.
It was in a different spot. It may have still been animals, but it might also, because there was a couple of old people.
Yes,
that were,
exactly,
like,
that were walking
patrolling
by.
back there.
So it seems like they might have deliberately ripped up your pumpkin. But this year, he was growing another pumpkin, and he started even earlier with it. And it was growing and doing well, and then it did get eaten. We had all those elk come by. If only they were patient. If they waited, they could have had, like, a pumpkin then.
It might have been squirrel.
Could have been. It's true, we were seeing the squirrel just ripping plants up. It could have been the squirrel.
Yeah.
Could have even been the cat. There's a cat that keeps jumping onto our roof every night.
True.
It could have been a lot of different animals, but some animal ripped it up, which is too bad. Maybe he can grow one next year. But growing plants is fun. He got that Plantasia album recently, and it came with a little card that just had seeds built into it. So you could just drop it into, you know, a pot and start growing some little saplings, which is nice. It's neat to have that. I wish more stuff kind of did that. That, like, oh, hey, here's a tag on something that you purchased. By the way, there's just seeds in here. If you want to just drop these on the ground here, you can just grow them. That's pretty cool. I have been seeing more and more of a push for that kind of thing. Like, biodegradable material coming through, even just, like... I've seen it with, like, YouTube merchandise. That's kind of nice. I'm glad that there's, like, a future plan coming through on some of that, that it's like, yeah, this stuff isn't going to last forever, and for a lot of people, for the YouTuber especially, come and go, so it makes sense to be ready for the future to make something, like, you know, easy to get rid of, something that could be more recyclable. There's still a lot of progress that needs to be made there, not to mention it could be material that could be hard to break down and still, like, very specific in how you recycle it, but it is nice seeing some effort going towards that. Biodegradable straws got better. They used to be super inconvenient when they first introduced them, that they were just all papery and that they just crumple after a bit. But I've been using some that they feel really solid and they don't have any problems like that. They just feel like normal straws. I'm glad there's been some progress on that. This is interesting too. I noticed that the YouTube like viewer count thing, it does fluctuate. Sometimes it like flatlines and then goes back up.
Really?
It was at 400 and then suddenly went back at 800. So I guess it's just a little inaccurate is all. But that's not bad. The Twitch one was like even more inaccurate is the thing. The Twitch one would fluctuate like crazy, that you would keep going between like, oh, you have 1,000 viewers, you have 200 viewers, you have 800 viewers, you have 400 viewers. It would do that a lot, I remember. I just got confused for a sec because I saw the flat line. I was like, oh, did my connection cut out maybe? No, it seems to make sense now. It also has something that says chat rate. I don't know what that is. The chat rate of the stream at the most recently available time. The number's 18, whatever that means. So there's an analytic. Maybe it's 18 people are typing? Maybe like the comments they made are being weighed in on how effective they were. Are you making good jokes? Okay, you get 4 chat points for that. Uh-oh, the chat rate is at 14 now. Oh no, the chat rate! The chat rate! Maybe if I say the word chat a lot, it'll go up. Chat, 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 chat. It didn't go up. Okay. New theory. Maybe if I remove numbers from my video titles, that'll fix it.
You gotta change the thumbnail.
I gotta change the thumbnail. That'll fix it. Maybe if I put a red circle in the thumbnail, that'll fix it. I wonder what chat rate is. Weird analytic. I don't get it. YouTube's probably got some strange ones like that. They should have one that just says like, what would be an ominous term to have listed with a number underneath? Like contusions or something.
Mortality.
Yeah, have like mortality rate. And at the beginning,
you don't know who's dying, but the number's going up.
You're in the middle of streaming and the number went up by 1. You're like, wait, that's different. I've never seen that number change before. Did something happen? And then it turns out it's not related to anything. It's just a random number generator.
You see, it's actually, mortality is a stat that's tied to like video compression.
And you see, it's not level, it's level of violence. Thank you, Diego, for, oh, I don't know what that one is. It says CLP. I don't know what currency rate that is, but it says 1,500. That's not right. That's not right, right? Because that's a different currency rate. If somebody gave over $1,000, I do need to look into refunding, because I got to get that back to you. They used a weird little emote, too. I've never seen this guy before. What is he? Hello, who are you? Let me zoom in on him. Hello, guy, what are you?
It's like a hippo dancing.
Yeah, it's weird. It looks like a hippo dancing. It's got like goggles on, and it's in like a green jumpsuit. Is he doing like a jerk-off motion followed by like
look, I don't think it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's like a jerk-off motion followed by like a hang loose sign. I don't quite get it.
That looks like a corporate YouTube asset.
It could. Yeah, it could just be like a YouTube thing. I don't know. I've never seen it before. I'm not sure what it is. Okay, someone said it's about $1.50. Thank you. Because, yeah, I didn't have a thing open to convert that. I didn't assume, obviously, it would be for that much, but that's why I wanted to make sure. Because that is too much. That is where I cut things off hard, and it's like, no, I have to give that back to you. That is way too much money. That is a situation of, you need that for yourself. A stream is something where maybe $1 or $2, but when it's getting up that far, you could have used that for so much. You could have probably taken care of bills with that, utilities. You probably could have bought a lot of food with that, groceries for probably even like more than a month. There's a lot of stuff that money could have done for you. And that I don't want to take away from people. That's why I was saying, ideally, like, anything that's beneath like $10 is usually pretty tame. I don't get too bothered by. Usually when it exceeds that, that's where I'm a little more like irksome about it. But yeah, when it's that high. What?
The pizza rule.
Yeah, it's true, the pizza rule. $20 could get you a pizza, so you shouldn't be donating to us, you should be getting yourself a pizza. If you have a pizza, maybe we can talk. But yeah, you have to get yourself a pizza first if you're going to be giving $20. Yeah, I forgot about the pizza rule. It's because we used to ask people to get pizzas on stream, and they used to, and then they stopped. Someone said, someone rich donate, then it doesn't apply. Yeah, I forgot, when you're rich, you don't have, like, you know, a soul anymore, so you don't have to worry about health. I forgot. I'm kidding, obviously, but it's like, no, obviously nobody here do that. I know people like that kind of thing that's like, oh, now it's reverse psychology, you're saying not to do it, so I'm gonna do it. Don't. Legitimately don't. I do care about the people that are watching. I want people to be okay. We do appreciate all the support, we always do, but yeah, I want to be realistic about it as well. Things can get pretty unhealthy when it comes to stream relationships as well, when it comes to that. I've seen people get very dedicated where it's like repeatedly coming back and feeling like this is now an obligation. I don't want people doing that to themselves either. It's just a stream. It's a thing that can be fun for people, and I'd like to leave it at that in a lot of cases. We don't want to make this too complex here. But thank you, Diego. Thank you, Jump and Shoot, for $5. We're not playing Mega Man, but thank you. We did play Kirby, and Julian is playing Pikmin in the back right now. Thank you, Great Saiyaman. Wow, really? It's you? You're here? Wait a second, you look like Gohan. Thank you for $10. If you want more classic Toriyama humor, Dr. Slump is the way to go. Oh yeah, Dr. Slump's great. I think anybody who's actually like read Dr. Slump, they love it. I mean, it was a staple. Dr. Slump is super fun. I want to try some of the stuff even tied to it. I remember seeing like a PS1 game for it that looked really good visually. Like super faithful how it was adapted. Yeah, Dr. Slump's really fun. Although, I will say, I haven't gone back to it in a long time. Maybe I should revisit it. I just revisited Dragon Ball recently and had a pretty fun time with it. Oh, it's very horny, but I mean, that's Toriyama. That's what he does. Well, I guess that's what he did. It's not as commonplace in Z, is it? I haven't watched Super. I can't comment there. But like, Roshi is kind of one of the leftovers on that. And even then, he's not much of a character in Z. Most of the Dragon Ball characters aren't really characters in Z. I know Super at least tried to, like, get some of them used. Some of the characters they just dropped, they tried to do more with. Poor Yamcha. Poor Tien. What happened there? But yeah, I should go watch Dr. Slump again or read it again. Because, yeah, I liked it a lot. And I remember being into it even when the last time I revisited it, still being pretty into it. Dragon Ball, I wasn't too sure if I was still going to be into it. But then when I revisited it recently, no, I still like it. It's still a lot of fun. So Dr. Slump would probably be a good one to revisit. Thank you for the recommendation, Great Saiyaman. I wonder why you know so much about Toriyama stuff. Thank you, Space Bakery, for $5. I'm still not entirely sure how Super Chats work. That's a joke, by the way. It's because his name is Great Saiyaman. I'm only explaining that this is the first time. I am never going to explain a joke like that again because there's no reason I should have to. It's weird that I'm even doing it. I'm just throwing it in as a thing of, no, don't worry, guys. It's because his name's Great Saiyaman. I know. You never know sometimes, okay? After that GTA 6 thing, you don't know with people. You just don't know. But thank you, Space Bakery, $5. I'm still not entirely sure how Super Chats work. I can't explain. I'm sorry. I don't know either. But they said, I hope this shows up. Also, I hope you and Julian have a lovely week. We're doing all right so far. Even just got some good news back on some stuff related to Halloween stuff that we're working on. So, yeah, I'd say things are going pretty well. Shoot, what time is it even? It's pretty late. I was going to say, maybe I could even work in time to practice music. No, it's way too late for that. But in general, no, it's been good. Things have been going well. Things have been nice. There's been some roughness, obviously. I mean, there's been chaos, like, externally, plenty of it, but on our own ends, we've been fine. External chaos is not a thing that's, like, unfamiliar to my end. If anything, I'm kind of used to that at this point, where it's like, okay, well, at least I could just take the comfort of knowing that I didn't do anything here. Sometimes that's what you need. Even when the situation gets really rough, sometimes you just need to remember to yourself, okay, well, at least I didn't cause this. But things have been getting a bit better here. There was some weirdness, there was some roughness, but once again, it's kind of just external, and it passed. Wasn't that big of a deal. Happens a lot, but once again, we're used to it as well. We're doing pretty well. Tonight was actually a lot of fun. YouTube seems like a pretty decent place for streaming. Might try this again in the future. Really, this was so much more laid back than a Twitch experience. I'm shocked. So yeah, I might try more of this in the future. Some streams I will have to save for Twitch because YouTube is way too stingy about copyright. Twitch at least let me do a lot of stuff that I never expected YouTube to let me do. It's why some of my Twitch streams uploaded here onto YouTube got hit so hard by YouTube. It is a thing that's a bummer to me. I don't want to strip down my content heavily. It's why YouTube was never a website I was prioritizing. I don't want to strip down what I'm doing. I just want to make what I'm making, and whoever feels like up to checking that out, I just want to leave that up to them then. YouTube seems like a much more convenient place for people to watch, but YouTube is going to be a lot stricter with what I could do over here. So, for some stuff I might stream over here, other stuff I might save for Twitch. We'll just see. This was an experimental stream tonight, so this one's not being archived or anything, but it was a first test run. Just a first shot at this. Just a first go. And it worked out pretty well. We might do more of these in the future. Thank you, Maverick Mario, for $9.99. That Mario always was a Maverick. Had no idea you streamed on Twitch, but this is great. Yeah, see? That's what I figured for a lot of people. They probably didn't even know we were streaming. Because Twitch is a platform not everybody uses. Lots of people use YouTube, but all the people who are using YouTube don't necessarily use Twitch. Especially because YouTube has streaming on it. A lot of the people that use Twitch probably do use YouTube is the thing. But it's not necessarily the other way around. So maybe this is going to be better too, that people just realize, yeah, we've been here the whole time. We've been streaming. For 6 years, we've been streaming. We have been doing stuff on Twitch for a long time here. Anyone coming in and feeling like, oh, I didn't know you guys streamed. Yeah, we have for ages. But that is the thing. If you weren't looking for it, or if you were looking here on YouTube for that kind of thing, that was the wrong place to be looking. We were doing it on Twitch. But this seemed to at least make some people aware over here that, yeah, we are doing this stuff. So maybe that was part of the issue. It seems like some people actually didn't know that we were doing it because Twitch was not a platform they were going to. So maybe doing stuff here on YouTube will be a little more accessible too. It even seems like it with the viewership and everything. It seems like it was easier for people to access than a Twitch stream. Thank you, KC, for $5 Canadian dollars. New to the stream. And it's way more convenient to donate. That's good. I'm glad to hear. Because, yeah, it was getting really inconvenient, I remember, for people over on Twitch. The description for your stream got buried more and more on, like, all their different apps. So trying to find links to stuff started becoming, like, a difficult ordeal for people. That it's like, where is even the donate button? The Twitch app really doesn't want me to see it. Could be coincidental, but also might not be. I don't know. Thank you, Gene, for $10. I'm happy you tried the YouTube streaming. I was finally able to catch one of your streams live. Yeah, so there you go. There's another one. Thank you for coming by, and I guess that's part of the secret here. I think the platform mattered a lot.
I wonder if maybe we didn't need to be struggling so much over the past few years.
I jokingly said it before I went live. Because I think you remember I said, like,
yeah.
Watch as it's way better over on YouTube than Twitch, and maybe this could have been the solution the entire time. It's kind of feeling that way, isn't it? I still don't want to restrict my content is the thing.
I mean, it is true that, like you said, there's a lot of stuff that we have streamed on Twitch that you never would have made.
No, absolutely not. If I was streaming all the stuff I did on Twitch over here, my account would have been deleted long ago. Twitch staff have been really lenient with me, and they let me do a lot of stuff over there, and I totally appreciate that about it, and it is why I was sticking with Twitch, even with some of the bad decisions I didn't agree with. That was the reason I was sticking with it was, at least I'm not going to get taken down. I can seriously do what I want over here, and they don't seem to care. I'm glad they're just letting me do stuff like this. It's fair use in all the cases I was trying to do it too. It's just, yeah, YouTube has always been stingy because fair use is not objective. Fair use is a thing that you can go to court for. It's going to be kind of the basis of what the court figures out there. That even if you're technically, like, fulfilling the terms of it, still, maybe you're pushing too far in a certain way that it doesn't count anymore, and you're going to be, you know, found guilty on that one then. That, no, it's not fair use anymore. It is a really weird gray area for people, but YouTube's end is we just don't want to even fucking bother. Whatever. This is too much work. We like doing this hands-off thing that we don't talk to anybody, so we're just not going to even bother. Everything is dangerous. Don't do anything. But recently, at least, like I said, with the licensed music stuff, they are doing something. They're finally opening up to creators to just be able to still make money off their content, even if they're using copywritten music. It's just some of that can be divided out now to the people who own the music, and then you also get credit too. Which, that sounds pretty good to me. That sounds like the way the deal should work. It's just that everyone whose work is being involved, everyone gets a bit of the money then. Rather than, no, you the creator now, you don't get anything. But they do. Oh, wait, actually, we investigated it 5 years later. Yeah, actually, it turns out they didn't own that music. Oops, sorry. But we're not going to reinstate your video anyways. YouTube has always been really horrible about this stuff, and you're not going to get in contact with the person. At least on Twitch, I could get in contact with people. But the difficulty there is if something needs to be happening on the Amazon side of things, good luck. Good luck getting in contact with people then. But I got way more contact over there, at least, than over here on YouTube. And when they're trying to figure out partnering me, a lot of the Twitch staff was really, like, trying to go hard into getting me partnered on there, which was nice of them. YouTube, I had to fight for, like, years to even get this channel verified for some features, and then they were trying to rip those features off of me as soon as they were giving them to me. YouTube really has become a struggle for creators if you're not already in, like, the higher up end of it. Because that's also where you can get exception cases. YouTube probably won't go as hard on you if you actually have, like, an audience, and then sometimes those creators anyways have to go take to other platforms to bring up something about YouTube because YouTube won't let them actually vocalize what they're trying to say. YouTube's got a ton of problems when it comes to content control. Twitch has a lot of problems too, but Twitch's problem is kind of coming from how lenient it can be, while YouTube's problem has always been its stinginess. I prefer a lenient platform to a stingy platform, but people were really laid back here tonight. A lot more people did see this, and I don't know, it seemed to go just fine, so once again, maybe in the future we do more streams over here. It seems like this is what people didn't even know was going on. Streaming here tonight was a lot of people coming by to say, I had no idea this entire time that you guys were doing streams. I think doing it over here on YouTube was a good move. I think it was worth looking into and trying. And I'm glad I was able to. Thank you, Twitch. I'm glad that as, like, strict as all your new terms are and how you're really not benefiting creators, I'm at least glad that you made the move that creators can use other platforms as long as they're not doing a simulcast. I do appreciate it. I don't appreciate all those other changes. Nobody does. But hopefully you'll learn. And if not, well, maybe you're going to start, you know, seeing your partners do stuff like this more. It is weird how much these platforms really can't just get a good understanding of, like, valuing their content creators. I get it with YouTube, because YouTube is a lot of people just racing to get money. To be fair, I guess Twitch has a lot of that too, but YouTube was always a lot of people trying to, like, chase the algorithm and, like, exploit the system, make something that is only there for the sake of turning profit, and they don't care how shameless. Remember the 3 a.m. videos, stuff like that? YouTube has always had issues with that, so I get where some of the stinginess is coming from, but I would still like some openness as well. And that's why with some content creators, when it's somebody like, all I did was lash out at people on a constant basis for weeks. I was just making fun of an 8-year-old, and then I gave their address, and then I found their household, and then I went into their house, and I screamed in their face and filmed it and posted it. I know that was bad by YouTube. Like, I'm one of your creators, man. Like, you gotta be there for me. Okay, when it's people like that, that's different. No, they probably shouldn't. I get it there. And I know with YouTube, they have a ton of people like that they're probably trying to avoid. I get that. But at the same time, it does really suck for creators that are trying to do, let's say, something informational. They're talking about, let's say, a historical moment, and now that's controversial because, oh, but, like, scary things happen. Yeah, it's history. History's not very pleasant. And then it could be something like, oh, when you say Mario died, death is a strong word. Can you say Mario fell? What are we doing? What is this becoming now? This isn't about protecting anybody. This is just you being, like, weird and erratic. YouTube's stuff feels very arbitrary. It feels very hands-off, and that, like, that's the point. The whole point is supposed to be, no, this doesn't work. We don't care. That's why some of the new changes, I am thrilled. I am glad they're opening up a little bit more. And with some of those new Twitch changes, it is sounding like YouTube stuff is kind of beneficial here. It's going to be spread. The stuff that I want to have more control over, I'll be doing probably on Twitch. The stuff that obviously could function fine here on YouTube. We'll probably just do over here. Because the YouTube environment here, yeah, it was really laid back today. All the people that came by, everybody was really friendly. It was a good time. The stream was laid back. Had a lot of fun playing the game. And a lot of people were confirming that, yeah, they didn't even know we were doing streams. I guess they needed to see it on YouTube specifically to realize it. But all good to know. This stream tonight was a good experiment. A very good experiment. Well, the thing with DALL-E, I kind of get it. It's because with DALL-E, people are generating art of actual people. So something like the word dead makes sense to me, because I don't think you want to fake somebody's death, for example. No, DALL-E, I get it. It's because it's AI art, and it's getting so strong that there's a reason why you're filtering that. That's why probably anything related to, like, porn or kink is getting filtered on there, too, because they know people are going to take advantage of that. It's an AI. What's the first thing people do with an AI?
Man.
I think a lot of the words that they filter, they're doing for, like, a reason. Although, I did hear from people that DALL-E 2 gets super strict enough sometimes that it's like, you don't have to type anything bad. It thinks you did say something bad when you didn't, and now they're, like, monitoring your account. That you would say something like, large object, and suddenly now they're like, large. Wait, large. Large could be big, muscular, muscles. Wait, are you trying to make porn? No, they just said the word large.
Large.
Large. They're not gonna know that. No one's seen the Popeye movie.
Okay.
Nobody. Not a single soul. No, maybe they have. I saw it because it was always at the beginning of those, like, Paramount VHSs. They'd play the Happy Days theme song. They would show, like, footage from one of the Charlie Brown movies. They would show footage from Popeye. I think that was Paramount, right?
I like that you're just like,
No, because they're not. I don't think people have seen.
It's funny. You said it in a funny
I know,
way.
I know. I'm just saying. I'm pretty sure people are not familiar with the live-action Popeye movie.
Stuck in my head now.
How is it stuck in your head? It's not a song. Like, all the songs in the movie, it's not a song. It's just repeating the same phrase. I mean. He's large. Large. Food, food, food. Everything is food. That's every song in the movie. It didn't need to be a musical. Which scene is it that it's just in the middle of this big crowd? He just starts going, M's with M's, and it's like, what's going on? Aren't you trying to, like, get this baby right now? What are you doing? And everyone's looking at him too, like, what the fuck are you doing? What is this? A lot of the songs just kind of come out of nowhere. Thing is, I'm entertained by the live-action Popeye movie. We've put it on a few times just because there's something kind of cozy about it. I don't know what it is, but I don't mind it. I would not say it's like a strong film necessarily, but I'm entertained by it. I like it enough. I would not recommend it to most people, but I like Popeye. Maybe that's part of it. I just kind of already like Popeye. So, Robin Williams awkwardly playing that role. The thing is, a lot of the others are actually casted pretty decently. Shelley Duvall, that was perfect casting. That was flawless. If you need an olive oil, that was the best choice you could have made. And she does a good job with it. It's just the script. It's just a lot of what it is as a movie is just so confusing. Could have worked out. It's a shame it sort of ended up the way it did. But, you know, there's been bigger tragedies with Popeye. We could have had that Gendy movie, although they said they were going to be doing it now, right? Or no?
No, it's that the script got leaked.
Oh, the script got leaked, okay. I thought they were saying that they might actually be doing the Popeye movie now.
I think they're doing a Popeye movie, but it's not the same one.
Okay, it's not the same one. Because, yeah, the Gendy one was looking pretty fun. I think it's exactly what people would have wanted out of a Popeye movie. And I feel like it would have gone over really well. I think people would have went to see it because people were wildly entertained by it. I didn't hear any negative response to it. I only heard people saying they thought it looked really funny. Popeye still is really funny. We still watch some of those old shorts. Popeye is just inherently a funny character. He just mumbles to himself and says nonsense all the time. Yeah, someone said got canceled again. Well,
Well, never mind.
that could be a song in the Popeye movie.
Never mind.
No, canceled.
Every project's cancelled. Cancelled, cancelled, cancelled. Everything is cancelled. Infinity Train is cancelled. HBO Max is cancelled. Popeye is cancelled.
And then the movie just ends. Security lights go off and they get you out of the theater immediately and tear it down.
No more films. No more fun.
It sucks. The entertainment industry is in a really sad place right now. I'm joking about it. I'm trying to make light. I'm trying to like keep up a positive spirit here, but it is like becoming borderline impossible because we were watching this happen from the inside for a while. It sucks that it's so like blatantly public now just how much of a mess all of this really was. And how many people were getting impacted by like the business side of things and how many creative works were getting destroyed because of it. At least there's some awareness now. And once again, I hope this GTA 6 thing does open people's eyes a little bit more to understanding that people don't really get what goes into these things. People don't really understand the creative process. There's been a long window going here of overconfidence and people insisting they know way more than they do. Because if people can form more of an understanding about what does go into this stuff, how this stuff does get made, maybe that is how we can see the improvement for the entertainment industry. Maybe people get a better understanding about what these creators are, you know, going through and what they need to actually make these projects. Maybe that can help. Because, yeah, what's going on right now with Warner Brothers and everything, it is a nightmare. It is sad. Now that's a parody comment, right? Someone said GTA 6 is woke, so I don't care. That's a good joke, good comedy. You're like making fun of the people that like responded to the leak in a really like ridiculously overblown, unrealistic way, right? Good joke. You got me.
I don't know, a female protagonist in a GTA game?
Someone even just made the joke in the chat.
I don't know about that one. Personally, I can't hold a controller anymore if something like that were to happen. The game would just be unplayable. I would just be trembling too much in rage!
Maybe they're thinking of Saints Row. Thank you to Aquaman. Oh my god, the hero Aquaman is here in my stream? The most beloved DC hero? The thing is, I am glad. As time has gone on, people do like Aquaman now. That was the joke back at the time was, who would ever like Aquaman? They've given him so much goddamn personality over the years. It's actually pretty understandable why somebody could like Aquaman. He's just fun. He's just in good spirits. I can't believe Aquaman is here. I gave $4.99. I still watch your Bart's Nightmare stream. Oh, I feel like I could have done better. I'm even wondering if I should do another one at some point. I remember my audio levels were bad on that one. But yeah, that stream was fun. It was just completely on the spot. I hadn't even really practiced the game or anything in a while. The reason I know that game as well as I do is just because, once again, I played it all the time as a kid. I had to learn it inside and out. And I remember, usually manuals for games got thrown away. I mean, boxes did too. Parents sure didn't care about that, even though they should have held on to it. And I remember I couldn't find the manual we had for Bart's Nightmare, and I finally found it, and that's when I learned about some of the stuff you could do in the game, because it's like, the game's not going to tell you that. It's a crazy one, that game.
I left all those guys behind.
But, yeah, that stream was fun to do. That was with the pop-up Simpsons trivia. It's always fun when you have somebody that you can tell is completely on the outside coming in. Because I remember there were a lot of responses of people very early on in the stream. I said, like, oh yeah, the Simpson family. There's Homer, Bart, Marge, Maggie. I think that's all of them. And that people were going, how did you forget Lisa? That's the joke. Clearly that's not the entire Simpsons family. Lisa's image was appearing a lot in the game, and I kept bringing her up. But it's a good way. It's similar to like a lot of the content I had on my main channel that people would sometimes pop in being like, is this an ARG? Actually, no, this is what YouTube channels used to look like back in like 2006. It was just people posting like poops and goofy clips. When monetization came in, that sort of changed. But no, it's just standard like goofy, for shits and giggles YouTube content. Not for money, but just, for fun. It's always interesting when you get responses like that. No, it's not an ARG. I'm sorry to let people down. Well, JR, I guess I would have to look into it, but typically when I hear that as a phrase at this point, it doesn't really mean anything to me. That's why even with how you were trying to describe it here, you didn't really say much outside of throwing the word woke out there. I probably need to actually read into what the game's about, I guess. But once again, it's fucking pre-alpha. They didn't even announce it yet. Hey, did you know that the prototype... This was the one they did show, by the way, for Pokemon Gold and Silver. You actually were not going to have Professor Elm at the beginning. Gary was going to be the professor at the beginning of the game. And then Imposter Professor Oak, if anyone remembers that trading card, there's sprites for him. They were going to have a plotline about Professor Oak being kidnapped and being, like, impersonated. Probably by Team Rocket. Yeah, none of that found its way into the game, really. But, nah, interesting stuff, and it was all there. And that was not pre-alpha. That was a beta. That was, like, there at, like, Space World. People got to try that. Games change a lot during development. There's always that, too. People hopping in so early to say something like that. That's why when you made that comment, I was like, that's a joke making fun of how people are responding to it, right? It's a pre-alpha. It's pretty woke the way that this game is showing my X and Y coordinates. God damn. That's supposed to be hidden. Fucking shut up. God damn. Maybe there's something. I don't know. Maybe I have to look into it, but... With how much people have been bitching about this kind of stuff lately anyways, I don't really get anything out of hearing that as an empty statement. It just feels like an empty statement. I'm gonna need to see what it is myself, I guess. But, yeah, I don't exactly know where that's coming from, I guess. I'd have to read into it more. It's too vague. I think if people want to complain about this stuff, stop relying on a phrase and expand that a bit more. It goes for game discussion, too. Something I've always been annoyed by. People trying to get reductive, for example, saying something is jank, and it's like, in what way? It's jank. In what way? It doesn't help to just say a phrase that's supposed to have a negative connotation attached, that's vague and open-ended. You kind of need to get into what it is. I don't even know what that means. They just said, I don't want games at all meant to appeal to people who won't even play or buy the game. Oh. I like that you said that purely as, like, a bait comment to see if he's gonna get angry. He probably will, but that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be reasonable here about it. I'm trying to get an understanding. But it is sounding that way. It is sounding... It's not about that. It's more so just a thing of... Okay, so because they're broadening demographics, you feel like your demographic is being threatened. Because you're saying people who won't buy it, except you don't know those people won't buy it. Also, I don't know what those demographics are, because that's still a very vague, open statement, and then you said a Saints Row thing after. I don't know what any of that means. The thing is, if I was in your headspace, if I had the same mentality around games, and I guess like I was taking the stuff in the same way, maybe I would get an understanding. But I don't know what that really means on the outside here, unfortunately. You would have to explain it a bit more to me. I don't fully get it. I know Julian's trying to like rile you up a bit with a statement like that, but I am curious what you really mean here. Because it doesn't make sense to me to say something like that. The idea of like, what's the point of trying to appeal to more people? They're not going to play it. They just appealed to more people with Guilty Gear Strive and more people started playing it. That doesn't really make any sense to me as an argument, and I don't even know what that means, because what does that mean? It's appealing to the wrong people. It's GTA. I don't really know anyone who is avoiding GTA. What, like Jack Thompson's gonna play it now, I guess? I don't really know what you mean by that. I want a story with actual plot instead of talking points. It's a pre-alpha. Maybe it's, I don't know. Maybe I didn't look into this far enough. I'm sorry. Did we have the entire finalized plot like leaked out? I didn't know that came with it. I didn't know we got like the final script. It just sounds like you're fearful and like paranoid. Relax. You can enjoy the things you enjoy. You don't have to feel like you're threatened because other people might enjoy them too. It's okay. If anything, people should just understand video games are fun and they can be cool and exciting. Someone said all that's been leaked is that it's a Bonnie and Clyde type of duo, and that's in Vice City. Which Vice City thing could even just be placeholder, potentially. But a Bonnie and Clyde duo, I got nothing against. That could be interesting. I did see the designs. The one design looks like it might not even be entirely finished. The other character design, it does look like just kind of a standard, like... Specifically, it kind of looks like somebody from Florida, the way that he's designed. Yeah, I wouldn't have anything against that. That sounds like it could be a fun premise. GTA's had a lot of fun different angles. They've gone through so many different, like, storylines, too. We had something like Vice City. We got to have something that took place in the 80s. You got to have San Andreas. You've had a lot of variety with GTA. So that's why it'd be weird to me to hear somebody say, like, oh, but man, they need to stop having variety. What? Why? I'm sorry if it's a thing that doesn't appeal to you specifically, I guess, but yeah, I didn't see anything wrong. But maybe I do need to look into it further. I don't know. Maybe there's some mystery element here I'm just not seeing. J.R. Sprigg, do you consider yourself to be the entire audience? Because you just mentioned alienating the audience. You're trying to speak for the entire audience right now. Do you feel like that's who you are? Or would you say maybe you're a member of the audience and you don't represent everybody else? Because you're making statements like absolutely everybody is now going to be pushed away. But once again, on my end, I didn't really care. I've seen plenty of people, if anything, just interested in hearing more. Once again, I'm just trying to form an understanding here. I'm not doing any of this because I'm trying to be antagonistic or anything. I am genuinely curious here is all. Because you came in with a lot to say, so I figure it's like coming from somewhere, but some of it's sounding like you've just got some, I don't know, some mentalities around like how media gets taken in by people in general. You feel like this is more dangerous than it is or more threatening than it is. You have to keep in mind there's a lot of different mentalities out there. Not everybody, you know, fits into the same thing. It's weird to want to just, you know, go one way with it. And especially if, yeah, people are saying there isn't too much revealed so far. It is a pre-alpha. That's the thing I would keep saying. It's a pre-alpha. So, that's why I thought you were making a joke at first. I thought you were trying to, like, make fun of people that were, like, judging everything about the game way too early because, seriously, nothing has been done yet. They didn't even announce the game yet. But, I don't know. I guess what I would just end this as a conversation with is, just keep that in mind in the future. Even if you're not into something as an audience member, there could be people into it. Maybe it could be a move that pushes the majority of people out, sure, but You shouldn't feel that way, that if something is trying a different angle, that's just automatically bad. That's not always true. It can happen, sure, but even with this new GTA, I'm not really seeing the new angle necessarily, the thing that, like, threatened the series. Maybe there's something I missed out on, but I didn't see it here with any of the leak stuff. Maybe I didn't dig into it hard enough. It's looking like GTA to me. Saints Row's a different story, but Saints Row already didn't resemble what Saints Row first was with later games. And some of them people were fine with. I wasn't very big on where Saints Row was ending up, with like 3 and onward, but people were fine with some of those, and that's the thing. Not everybody's the same. On my own end, I'm not going to make a comment about like, oh man, why are they doing this? They're alienating their audiences and these players and... No, all I'm going to take it as is, alright, that's not for me then, and I can list off the reasons why it's not for me. But I can also understand that it could be for other people. It's like with how Pokemon, everybody probably has a favorite Pokemon, and they don't all match up, but that's what's kind of fun about it. Everybody can pick out a favorite. And that goes for all sorts of different flavors and styles of games. You shouldn't feel threatened by that kind of thing. It can be disappointing, maybe. I was bummed, for example. I just used Strive as an example. Guilty Gear Strive was trying to simplify itself to get a new player base, and it did work. It worked. It made people feel good about it. It made people feel confident. It did actually get people into fighting games who would not have played fighting games. It worked really well. I was disappointed because I played Guilty Gear for the speed. But I'm not going to say something like, oh man, they're alienating every demographic and this is a huge mistake. No. It's not the game for me, and I've said that over and over again. It's definitely not the fighting game for me. I'd rather play AC plus R or something, but I still can appreciate things about Strive. It's an odd experiment, but it's an interesting one, I guess. And it has gotten people in, and at least that's the thing I can say, is it did get people into fighting games. It did work. That element I didn't think would actually come through on it, but it did. I could say something like it's ruined the whole series now, it's threatened everything because I don't like this new art style, I don't like, where the mechanics are at, but for some people, this is actually the thing that made it work for them. Everybody is different, and most of this stuff is subjective anyhow. Media is media. That's why when someone does a video about something being bad, that's their own opinion coming through. Maybe they're trying to sell you on it and convince you, but it's subjective. Bad is just kind of a subjective phrase in general. What you think of a game comes down to you. And just try to keep that in mind, I guess, in the future. Don't feel so threatened when it comes to this stuff. You shouldn't have to be. But once again, maybe it's bad. I don't know. I didn't look into it too hard. Once again, when that phrasing is what's being used, that's way too vague for me to have an understanding of what you're really trying to get at. Beyond, like, I don't know, what? Are you just scared it's going to do something it's not even necessarily doing? That's what it's sounding like here. Once again, it's a pre-alpha. Then maybe after stream I'll read into it. Maybe there's something I missed out on. Well, once again, you just phrased it bad writing in games. That's pretty subjective as a statement. It's understandable. You're doing it through text. We can cut this off anyways. I was just kind of curious what you meant by any of it. Once again, too, I'm sorry it came off that way, that it read as a joke, because, yeah, typically when I hear anyone do that at this point, when I hear, like, the wokeness complaint, it's like, that doesn't even really mean anything anymore. It's kind of like hearing people say cancel at this point. It doesn't really mean anything anymore. Bobby Kotick is still the CEO over at Activision. Dave Chappelle's still going. None of that stuff was really a thing. It was just people having arguments. And that's why the woke thing, it was like, I need to hear what you're actually referring to. Shouting, like, a panic word out isn't going to do something for a conversation. You gotta say what you're actually getting at, rather than, like, what your fears are. And it does sound like a lot of this is fear-driven. You are mentioning fear a lot in your responses about where things are going. The thing I would say, too, is... You're saying where things are going. I don't know. I guess I would also have to ask, how long have you been playing GTA? How long have you been playing games? Because, once again, maybe I'm just not seeing it in any of that GTA 6 stuff, but what is it doing that's supposed to be like a threat to the rest of the franchise? I didn't see it. Whatever it is you're fearful of. Are you fearful about stuff that was happening with, like, the 2010s for a lot of writing in games? There's been some bad examples recently, I guess, of, you know, it's still popping up on occasion, but even then, like, once again, it's subjective. I think Heavy Rain, for example, is a really goofy game. I laugh hysterically at it. I can't take the writing seriously. I still have fun with it. Not in the right way, obviously, but I can still have fun with it for that. But I know some people are genuinely compelled by that plot. That's why it does vary for everybody. And being fearful about bad writing in video games, don't worry, it's video games. Writing in video games will, like, typically be lower than any other industry anyways, so if you're fearful about bad writing in video games, it was there since day one, don't worry, it's always been there, and it always will be there. So if you're fearful of change, oh, don't worry, that won't change. We'll always have bad writing in video games. If you thought writing is starting to get bad in video games, that I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, sometimes we just had misspelled endings for games. You didn't have any story. The story was... Blaster Master on the NES is that your pet frog jumps down a hole and you find a tank. That's it. Go. That's the story. A lot of video games just don't even have story. So that's why the complaint of, like, bad writing in games. Bad writing has always been around in games, and it was actually kind of a staple for the beginning of video games because they're video games. Story wasn't the focus. But yeah, I don't know. Don't be so fearful, I guess is what I would say. It's a weird thing to be in a position like that. You don't need to be so, like, concerned or paranoid on that kind of thing. And if something is going in a direction that you don't get behind, okay, you don't have to get behind it then. But some people might be into it. You shouldn't disregard that. Some people might be enjoying it. Maybe you don't like it and you see it as bad, but some people might be having fun with it. You shouldn't speak like you're the authority of the entire audience. I think that's always going to get you into some bad situations when it comes to, like, a discussion. But once again, like I said, I'll look into it further. Maybe there's more I just didn't see or something, but yeah, it sounded way too vague and open-ended as, like, a paranoia thing, rather than, like, a response, it seemed like. That's why I needed some more clarification, was all. Once again, sorry, that was a misread. I did think you were making a joke, I really did. I thought you were making fun of people. Because I was about to even say, like, oh yeah, that's exactly what somebody would say in response to, like, the pre-alpha. They'd be like, oh man, this is woke! There's axes visible, and there's numbers visible! What kind of information are they trying to give us? I thought you were, like, doing a joke with it. I'm sorry. But okay, at least we at least had a conversation. We tried to figure that out a bit. Thank you, John Doe, for $10. Have you heard of Garage Bad Dream Adventure? It just got a translated release on Steam, and it would be a great creepy game for Halloween, and is an interesting game in general. No, I have not heard of it. I could look into it, though. We do have a ton of Halloween stuff picked out as the thing. We don't really need suggestions for Halloween content at this point. We got a lot picked out. But I could look into it. I'm curious what it is. Thank you, John Doe. Once again, I don't know what you're saying, JR. I don't want video games to end up like Disney. What? Are you? It's Grand Theft Auto!
I think it's really clear what he's trying to say.
It's Grand Theft Auto!
I think it's really clear what he's trying to say.
I guess so. Yeesh. Okay, well, don't worry. I'm pretty sure you can still run people over in that game and do crimes. Thank you, Hatch22, for $10. Maybe it is a joke. Maybe he's just stringing me along. You never know. Or maybe he is just struggling to phrase it. It could be a lot of things. I don't know. I'm sorry I couldn't really form an understanding here. I tried. Thank you, Hatch22, for $10. This is Moni. No, that's money. You typed Moni. No, thank you, though, Hatch22. Thank you for the Moni. That is Moni. Moni. Thank you, Caroline, for $10. They said, Scrumpkin. Are you thinking of Lumpkin the Pumpkin? You know, everybody's talking about that Lumpkin character. I heard this Halloween he's going to be a big hit. There's going to be a lot of Lumpkin merchandise out there.
Lumpkin will be everywhere.
The Lumpkin will be everywhere. Poor Bobby Goldsboro, or whatever his name was. I think I just remembered it because I remember what it looks like when it shows his giant name on screen at the very beginning. That's the song at the start. There's a spooky pumpkin and a creepy witch. Just listing off Halloween things. But thank you for the $10, and thank you for the Squirmpkin. Thank you, PuppySoft, $5. Hey boys, just wanted to say thanks for the years of laughs. Love you boys, keep up the good work. Thank you. And yeah, I hope everybody has a good time with Halloween when we get around to it. Anyone who came by tonight, it's gonna be a big stream. Gonna be a big, big stream. That's next month. I think he just means the intentions of the company. I would love to believe that, but I have been proven time and time again that's not exactly what a lot of people are concerned about. I think that was one of my biggest missteps, was thinking that's why so many people were complaining about those things, when ultimately it's such a paranoia that there doesn't have to be a problem. It's very clear just even doing it is the problem to begin with. I assumed with a lot of people last decade that it was a lot of, oh, they hate the performative side of it. I think it's just they hate it in a lot of cases. It might be that, and if at least it was that, I could understand a bit better. But if it is a thing of just like, no, you're not supposed to tackle these subjects. If you use these subjects at all, you're in the wrong. It's like, I'm not going to get behind that necessarily. I think a lot of areas, especially that I hear so many people who tend to have that mentality, also say something about, like, there should be an open exploration. Conversation should be open. Yeah, so why are you trying to close it off? And even with that, too, I don't know enough about GTA 6, to be fair, I guess. Maybe there was something I missed out on with this leak, but yeah, for the stuff I saw, and even what from people here were saying, it didn't really sound like that's what even is really there to be afraid of yet. It sounds like it's way too soon to be afraid about any of that yet.
No.
If I'm going to try to state it very basically, it's that you want the game to make poo-poo fart jokes, but you would be very angry if it actually made like a social commentary of any sort. Would that be correct? You want it to be very lighthearted in terms of like none of this means anything, but if there was like a meaning of any sort in there, maybe it would bother you a bit because you might not necessarily agree with the message. The thing is, a lot of work that's written, a lot of fiction, authors are writing it with like an intention in mind. It could be something very basic. It could just be like a moral value. It could just be something like, be good, because when you're good, you always win. It could be something as simple as that. But it could also be something of, isn't it odd how people treat one another? Consider this. It could be a lot of different areas that come through on a story. And GTA has commentary. It's been chock full of it. It's what it existed for. It's like parody and satire all over the place. It would be weird if it's like, no. But that's the thing, like, you limit that, though. You can only do, like, these areas for it. What? No. What?
Damn it, I should have had enough.
It's like if there was a new Postal game and somebody went, you weren't supposed to make fun of me, you were only supposed to make fun of the other people. What? It's a Postal game. Which it did happen, actually, now that I think about it. That happened to 4, didn't it? I just want good writing. I mean this for all games, not just GTA. I want people to just not be offended over nothing. It's GTA. Once again, what are you... Is there something I didn't see?
Maybe a thread on poll.
Is there something in the pre-alpha I didn't see? Everyone's just typing in the chat, oh, Julian. Stop focusing about GTA, LOL. But that's what you brought it up around. You said you were fearful about GTA becoming Disney. I'm trying to form an understanding. You're opening it up further, and it's like, that's why I'm saying you're just sounding like someone really paranoid and fearful right now. Especially if that's where this conversation just went, that it's opening up. It's a pre-alpha. There's not a lot out there right now. A lot is subject to change. And on top of all of that, you're now getting into this weird fear thing about Disney. Once again, I'm pretty sure in GTA you will still be killing people in it. I think you'll still be committing crimes, and I think there will still be heinous behavior, enough so that you will still have people getting upset saying, I am not going to let my kids play this. I don't think you need to worry about that. But it seems like you got a lot of worries, and they seem really heavily related to your own end personally, rather than something kind of opened up more to where other people are at too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if GTA 6, like, this was enough to already throw you out, but yeah, I really just can't understand. This is just too hard to follow. We were talking about Grand Theft Auto, and now I'm being asked to stop thinking about Grand Theft Auto, and it's like, but that's where we started, and I still don't understand why we were talking about Grand Theft Auto in that way. Someone said adults only rating imminent. Oh no. I'll get off the subject. I am sorry too, I just spent such a long time trying to form an understanding, but it was what I was talking about earlier. I do like having conversations with people in chat. I do like trying to figure out and understand other perspectives, even if they don't exactly make sense to me. I do like just having conversations with people. And that's why I said too, you don't need to donate either. I know a lot of people feel inclined that you have to throw money around for that kind of thing, but I don't care. I'm just fine to talk about it. I'm sorry I couldn't really understand where you were coming from. I really was trying. But, yeah. We probably don't need to keep pushing further with that as a conversation. Me just not understanding is me just not understanding at this point. Thank you, PuppySoft, for $5. Hey, boys, just wanted to say thanks for the years of laughs. I read that one, but thank you, PuppySoft. Is that, like, a software company, or is it, like...
Yeah, PuppySoft.
Or is it a soft puppy? Maybe that'd be the slogan for the software company, is soft like a puppy, puppy soft. But thank you for the $5. Thank you, what's my username again? For $19.99. This makes me so happy that you are playing this. It always reminds me of my grandma. I would stay with her in the summer, and we played this for hours upon hours. She would play while I was at school, then give me tips.
Cool grandma.
I wish I could see the time that one came in, because I don't know if that's Pikmin or Air Ride.
It was Kirby.
Okay.
I saw when it came
Yeah,
out.
cool grandma. Very cool grandma. I'm glad that there was an era of that. I remembered hearing stories about, like, mothers, fathers, and, like, grandparents getting into Animal Crossing, for example, like the GameCube one way back. Air Ride, I'm glad to hear that, because I think that just stands to reason, then, that Air Ride's simple control scheme really did work out. People were able to hop in like that. You could play it with your grandma. That's a really nice experience. Fun game, too. I'm glad she was into it. It is always interesting with that kind of thing. For example, with my own family, they were familiar with games. My parents specifically, though, I think my dad had an Atari 5200, and that's kind of when he stopped even trying with games. He didn't seem to really like them. My mom did like games, and she stopped around the N64 because... Yes, she said it was just too confusing and the controller didn't make sense to her. But she still played 3D games. Not many. She really gave up with games after the N64. I think that's when she hit the point of, I'm too old for this. But, I told you, House of the Dead. House of the Dead 1, when we played it in the arcade, she loved it. And it turned into a thing of, if any arcade had House of the Dead, she wanted to play it. She really, really liked it. When House of the Dead 3 came out, she was even wondering about buying it for herself. I was surprised by that. She was going to get it for herself on Xbox, I remember. She really liked House of the Dead. But that's a neat thing. That, yeah, games are still games, and they can just resonate with all sorts of different people, even people you don't expect. That's why, you know, I guess interesting thing to come off that subject with it. Yeah, the games can just do that, and that's such a fun thing about them. Even people who you maybe wouldn't expect them to get into something, they might end up getting into it.
There's a classic example of the granny that really likes...
Oh, yeah, I love her channel!
She really likes Disgaea.
Yeah, there's that old woman who has a YouTube channel, and all she does is review, like, JRPGs and, like, deluxe box sets that she purchases, and she's genuinely passionate and everything. It's a really nice channel, and it's nice to see something like that. She's just genuinely passionate. It doesn't matter what her age is. There was that Marvel vs. Capcom tournament where the elderly couple entered into it, and they actually got, like, decent way through. People were rooting for them and, like, happy to see them there. And hell, it's going to be more commonplace because our generation, video games are normalized too. You're going to see a lot of elderly people coming off of this generation playing video games. Let me scroll up a bit. My mom was hyped when they said Pikmin 4 at the Nintendo Direct. Wow, for Pikmin too, specifically for Pikmin as a series. That's cool to hear. Once again, because we just had a conversation about, like, fear about this sort of thing. This is what you need to remember with this stuff, too, though. This is the stuff that can be exciting and fun with games. They can also potentially welcome in more people. It can be really cool when you get to share more experiences together like this. And it is what I've always enjoyed about games. Part of the reason I like showing games to people is just because of that. It's something they haven't experienced before. And they might get a very, like, different response out of it than even you did. Maybe it'll resonate deeply with them. Games are exciting and they're cool and they're fun. It's a really broad area, and it's cool that so much has been done with them. There's so much exploration, and that, yeah, so many people have gotten into them over the years. I'm glad that even the industry, even though the industry is at, you know, a weird place when it comes to the business perspective, it did grow to this size because video games eventually became normalized. There was a window where video games were kind of looked down upon. It's kind of weird to think about now because, yeah, they're one of the biggest markets. Video games can be exciting. They could be fun. And being able to share the experiences with more people, it's a cool thing to get to do. Oh, Animal Crossing, I was shocked when people revealed to me that the one on the Switch is actually one of the top Switch sellers of all time. I thought, like, Smash probably sold more than Animal Crossing, but no, Animal Crossing sold like crazy on the Switch. And it's so weird to look back to, like, G4ia 2003, G4 running their video game award event, and it got nominated for Guiltiest Pleasure. They didn't want to acknowledge Animal Crossing like it was a good game. They wanted you to feel embarrassed for playing it. That was, like, the weird reputation it had over here. I mean, remember so many reviews back in the day where people going like, it's a game where you, like, waste your time and do chores? I don't really see the point. Motherfucker, you were just playing The Sims. You were just playing other, like, life simulators. Why are those okay and this one's not? Oh, because it's, like, cute looking? Come on. It's fun. I always liked Animal Crossing a lot. Animal Crossing, like, blew my mind as a kid, I remember. I remember getting that Nintendo Power issue that had, like, all the details about all the customization you could do and everything. I was so excited for Animal Crossing before it came out. And when it finally came out, I was playing it like crazy. I ended up getting another memory card just for it. I know it came with one, but I rented it from Blockbuster a few times before I finally purchased the game, and that was the thing was, I just gotta do it. I gotta get a memory card for this. I really like this game. I spent so much time playing GameCube Animal Crossing. And I'm glad as a series it really has grown. It's not in that position at all anymore. It'd probably be shocking to some people to even hear that once upon a time, people tried to treat you like you're an embarrassment if you played Animal Crossing because it was too cute looking. I am glad people opened up to it. And I'm glad that Nintendo has also stuck with it and done so much with it. I mean, there was the potential we might not have even gotten it as a franchise over here. Could you have imagined that? I'm glad they brought it out over here. Someone said, this isn't like an unpopular opinion or anything, but video games are so cool. Yeah, tell me about it. They sure are. So it's good to remember sometimes that they are. Rather than being like terrified about their future or like being paranoid, it is good to remember that they are fun and exciting. It's easy to be swept into it, that's the thing. It's why even the conversation, once again, earlier that we had, I can kind of get it because it can happen to people. You can get caught in like a huge like pessimism drag that you start getting scared of things that might not even be present. You're getting more and more nervous about these things because you know what you like and maybe you're not seeing as much of it. I mean, even the process of getting older, a lot of game genres I like, I just don't get to see anymore. But I'm not fearful of that. It's not a thing that I feel like everything needs to be like knocked down and be replaced with the thing that I was familiar with already. I'm fine to try new things and everything too. I'm a little bit sad sometimes when some stuff like phases its way out, but it also phases its way back in. That's why I didn't really like the 2010s for video games because, well, not even 2010s. I shouldn't say that. 2000s, I would say, not 2010s. 2010s, early 2010s were a little rough, but things were getting better through it. And also indie scene really blew up. I think that's when we're starting to see games with a ton of heart really come through. You got to have Cuphead last decade. You got to have like Undertale and everything. You got to have a lot of interesting titles really come through. Minecraft was an indie game initially. At least with Minecraft, I mean, yeah, Infinite Miner existed. I mean, that's the thing, obviously with Undertale. Oh, sure, Earthbound. Cuphead. People would probably say with Cuphead Metal Slug, but not really. If anything, lots of
Gunstar,
yeah, Gunstar. Lots of Sega Genesis inspiration. I mean, one of the bosses has like a Contra Hardcore reference in there. Not that I'm complaining. To me, that's like, oh, that's so cool. That's great. I think that's why I liked Cuphead so much when it came out. To me, it's like, oh, shit. I'm getting Gunstar combined with Alien Soldier. This is perfect. I'm even getting some hardcore in here. It's like the Genesis game I always wanted. That's not fair. Alien Soldier already existed. It is pretty goddamn good. It's a very, very solid game, Alien Soldier. Really hard. It's all bosses. It's a very hard game, but that's part of the reason it's so fun. But yeah, I mean, I feel that sometimes. That's like, oh, there's a lot of genres I miss. There's a lot of game design that I'm not going to really see. Arcade games are fun for me, and I know they're unpopular for most people. There's a lot of games that I'm totally into, and I know a lot of people just hate and don't like at all. But it's why I know I can still enjoy it. I'm not going to have that taken away from me necessarily. And that's also the fun thing, too. Things have opened up a lot when it comes to, like, creative side of things. No, it sucks what's going on with the industry side of things, the business side of things, but in terms of, like, creative options for people, I think the individual has learned now that they are capable of way more than they were ever told they were in the past. Now that there are all these softwares available and everything, it's so easy for someone to be doing, like, oh, hey, I can practice music, and I can start practice drawing, too, and I guess I can do 3D modeling, and yeah, you just have to start reading documentation, pull wikis up, get into communities. You can hop into so many areas right now and get some of this stuff going. So if there's something you feel is lacking or there's something you always wanted to see, you could be the one to bring it into the world then. That's why I think creation's so important. Oh, sure, it's a lot easier to deconstruct something. It's way easier to destroy something than it is to make something. Anybody could do that. But that's why if more people could understand, too, that they could make things, you could be adding things to the world then. You could be bringing more. Rather than being fearful of the things that maybe aren't relevant to you, aren't relevant to other people. Rather than being caught up in that, you can just remember all the things that really do matter. It's tough to do sometimes. Like I said, the business end in video games right now, I mean, they are making it hard. They're making it very hard for creators to actually, like, get their passions through. But It is nice that that is there. The indie game scene really did open up a lot more. You don't need a publisher necessarily to get a game listed now. Things have opened up a bit for the smaller end of things. I would hope for things to open up more, but yeah, if you ever feel like the stuff that you want to see isn't being made, that might be the thing that could kick you in the rear to finally go, well, maybe I'll try to be the one to make it then. Maybe I need to be the one to make this happen. But it is that easy with a lot of this stuff. Always keep it in mind. On my own, my own end as a kid, the reason I got into wanting to make video game stuff, I downloaded a fan game. I was like 7 years old, I think, and I downloaded a fan game off AOL's FTP that somebody uploaded. And when I closed it, it listed the name of the software, and I went, okay, I've seen this logo before in some other games I've downloaded. Maybe I look into this, because it says right here you can create your own games with it. I want to make games. And that was the starting point. I looked it up. I begged my parents, and they were wildly confused, because it's like, why are you asking for software? In fact, it was even like a troublesome thing for them, because they didn't want me getting software. They did seem like kind of bothered that it's like, you're on the computer a lot. I don't know. It's a little bit odd as a request, isn't it? Because it's not like software is cheap. Although this one was, at least. But that's what happened. I downloaded it, I used it, my parents did buy it for me, and I got really into it. I used it constantly, started finding communities through it.
Click and play?
Yeah, Click and Play. This was Click and Play, which then moved on to the Games Factory, which then moved on to Multimedia Fusion, which is now Fusion 2.5. And they're working on Fusion 3 right now. I'm not going to be using any of that anymore. I've been, like, hopping around. Depending on what I'm making, I'll use a different language. I learned a lot of them. I learned Beyond when I was younger, too. I was just picking up on stuff left and right because I wanted to get into games, and since there were so many communities, and the internet was more community-driven back then, it was just people excited that they could finally, like, get together on these interests. Yeah, I got really motivated, really excited, and, like, it was the most exciting thing for me. Can you believe that? A time period where it was exciting to come onto the internet, but yeah, I was thrilled because having a constant creative spark like that going, having everybody sharing ideas, coming up with, like, innovative solutions to problems, everyone trying to help each other out. It's what Flash was like, too. Everyone was trying to learn Flash in unison. So when somebody posted something cool, it was exciting for everyone as creators, too, because it's like, oh, cool, I didn't know you could do that. That's a cool technique for that visual. I need to remember that next time I make an animation. Everyone was learning off of each other. Internet was a very open place, and people weren't so concerned about cringe because that didn't really matter. It was just people making stuff and experimenting and having fun. And that's what's important to remember. Remember what matters to you. Don't always be fretful and fearful about others. With video games, remember which games you enjoy the most. Sometimes if you're in a bad mood, this is the thing I always will do. Revisit a game maybe you haven't played in a long time. A game that you liked a lot. Might get you feeling better. Watch an old movie that you haven't seen in a while that's like one of your favorites. Revisit the things that make you passionate, the things that make you excited. It's always a good way to, like, jumpstart motivation and kind of realize, oh yeah, things can be exciting. There's stuff I could be fearful of, or things that I don't really get behind that other people do, but ultimately, hey, these are the things I care about, and these are the things that I should prioritize, rather than worrying what others are prioritizing. Try to be there for yourself sometimes. Rather than worrying about others. It can go a long way. And it's what can even get you into this stuff. Like I said, that was my experience with Click and Play. And that could be for a lot of people. Hopping into this stuff now if you want to get into making stuff. Just look up communities, wikis. There's a lot of stuff. People are more hostile now online. I mean, they were hostile always online, but they're very hostile right now online. But in these communities, I don't even tend to see it very much. Because most people are just focused on what the subject is, which is, for example, if you're using game creation software, it's making games. They're not really busy arguing right now because they want to talk about making games, and that's what's most important to them. So in these dedicated communities sometimes, too, they can go over really well. Sometimes not. Communities lead to, conflict a lot. But that's why I would say read wikis. Wikis, I think, are one of the biggest ones, because wikis, you don't have to read necessarily what people are discussing. You don't have to see people get into arguments if it does come up. You just have the information there in front of you. You don't have to have a gigantic guidebook that's like physical that you have to flip through pages. Remember those?
I might need to get one for Flash because documentation for Flash doesn't exist.
I guess that is true, yeah. But yeah, remember those? You used to have to do that. In fact, a lot of the softwares I had when I was a kid, I remember having my gigantic 2,000-page book I had to flip through. It's really nice having wikis now. It's very handy. And that's why it can be really easy for people to get into this stuff now, thanks to that. Very convenient resources. What I would recommend, for example, for getting into coding, if you're trying to figure out how to make something do something, look up one of those phrases. Like, let's say you want to change the color of an object. Just search for color on the wiki and see what comes up. You might get functions that are related to it. You might find out about variables that could be related to certain things. And then slowly, by reading through all of it, you'll learn, okay, these are all things I can take advantage of. These weren't the things I necessarily needed right now, but it's good to know these for future reference if I do need them. And then you might stumble into the thing that you need. Look this stuff up if you ever want to get into it. It really isn't that tricky. I can't say it's necessarily, like, rewarding as an experience if you're hoping, like, for others to give you that sensation. The reward is you being satisfied through the work itself and you getting to bring to life, like, your own ideas, but I'd say that's a pretty powerful reward for getting to make things. If you're hoping that everyone's going to be, like, worshipping the ground you stand on because you made, like, a stick figure, like, fighting game or something, well, not exactly there. Don't go that far with it. That shouldn't even be your priority, ultimately. What you should be doing is, you know, focusing on the ideas that you care about, the things that you do want to make. Don't worry about where it's going to take you, necessarily. What really should be driving you is, like, what it is that you're passionate about. But it could be understandable, I guess, if you want it to be a career. I think that's why usually people will separate, like, hobby and career, though. There's sort of a different mentality that goes into each one. One is a job, and you can kind of expect misery to come with it to some degree. One is being done because you don't feel like you're suffering. It is a thing that you're doing just because it is a thing you want to be doing. It's the thing you want to prioritize. And that's why if this is not an area for you, maybe you'll find that out through it. But you also might find out that this is totally for you. Maybe this is something you should have tried all along. Once again, if anyone's concerned about certain stuff not existing within media right now, you can make it then. I mean, easier said than done, absolutely, but you could at least try to push yourself towards it, because if you're really that deeply concerned that change needs to be made, that's how you can do it. And if it's not even that, if it's just you want to see more of a certain kind of video game, you could be the one to make it then. Stardew Valley was one I brought up earlier. Harvest Moon fans were probably thrilled to have something like Stardew Valley because they were Harvest Moon fans, and they were sort of disappointed by some of the stuff that Harvest Moon was doing, so they made Stardew Valley. And Stardew Valley blew up huge. In fact, I feel like I've heard more people talk about it than Harvest Moon at this point. Not that people don't know Harvest Moon, of course they do. But yeah, Stardew Valley worked out really well. And they made it because it came from a place of passion. It was that, yeah, we really like Harvest Moon. The style of it, though, and what we'd like it to do, they're not exactly doing, so I guess we have to bring this in. And they did. It's why making games can be exciting and why it can be fun. It's why sometimes people ask, why is this somewhat derivative sometimes? People would say that probably with, like, why are so many games inspired by, like, Earthbound, for example? Because people really liked what Earthbound did. They want to see more like it. Makes enough sense. It can be disappointing when people one-for-one clone, like, elements here and there. I can understand that. But sometimes people subverted far enough that it's like, yeah, the inspiration is pretty loose. For example, with Cuphead. Oh yeah, inspired by a lot of, like, Sega Genesis titles, but a lot of titles in general. Metal Slug, I think, was the comparison because the original, like, screenshots were showing a HUD that looked more like Metal Slug. But, Oh no.
What?
Sorry, I saw all the little bugs come out. I thought they got one of your guys. Cuphead was inspired by all sorts of different games that the team just liked. That's why there's little, like, you know, winks and nudges here and there. But that's what those are. They're mostly just, like, little references to clue you in. Yes, we love video games. I'm surprised how subtle some are. Some aren't at all. Some are as blatant as possible, but some are kind of subtle. But that's what's neat about Cuphead. That's why Cuphead was made. It was just a passion project. Man, they had to make a lot of sacrifices to make it. It was even, like, kind of shitty reading the articles when it came out, that people were like, here's why it's a good thing that they had to abandon everything in their lives and ruin themselves to make this game. No, that's not a good thing, industry. Stop it. Don't... I don't know. Do they feel like they're talking to, like, teenagers hoping to get into, like, work in the industry? So it's like, oh, let's mislead you very quickly. Oh, it's fun here. We have so much fun. I know you heard the stories about employees sleeping on floors and having to work 48-hour shifts, but, oh, we have fun. We have fun. I kid a little bit with that, but, yes, because I'm making it sound way more positive than they probably are about it. Internally, it's probably way more, like, mean-spirited than that, even. But, yeah, there was a lot of that when Cuphead came out. There was, like, a lot of press around it, trying to treat it like, see, if you destroy your life, abandon everything, sacrifice absolutely everything, and have no guarantee that any of this is going to work out for you, then maybe you, too, could be a Cuphead. I think the lesson should be, Cuphead is an amazing game. Why did they have to sacrifice so much just to get it made? Can't creators just make this stuff? Why do we have to have justification of taking out another mortgage on your home just so you can make a game? But Cuphead, I think, was also motivational for a lot of people because, hey, they didn't eat up those articles. That's the thing. They existed. They were posting them. But it didn't work. There were also the articles telling people, you can't like this game. Stop it. No, the difficulty. It didn't work. People liked it. People knew when they were having fun with a video game. That's why people got so angry with game reviews in the past, because, yeah, in a lot of cases, they try to tell you what you're supposed to think there, and what they're telling you is, you think you're having fun, but you're not. Well, I think it's up to you if you're having fun. Video games are totally subjective. It's a really broad area. And it is tough for people to understand that, too. The idea of, like, something being subjective, that it's like, no, but this is why I like it, and they clearly just don't understand why I like it, and if they could understand that better, then they would just think the same way as me. That's not really how it works, and on top of that, too, would you really want that? Is there really any fun in that, if just everybody liked all the same things? I'm already, like, disinterested in a lot of, like, media, to be fair. I don't go to see Marvel movies, for example. I'm not, like, into Marvel, really. But if everyone's just going to see Marvel movies, like, when I say everybody, I know they're very popular already. Now, when I say everybody, I mean literally everybody. And that's it. Would that be interesting? Not really. If you made a massively appealing product that kind of, like, tackles everybody and everything, and then everyone wants to go, you know, ingest it, and that's it. Everyone's just on the same wavelength. Everybody enjoys the same thing, and everyone's just saying the same thing. What makes everyone stand out anymore? Your opinions are kind of what make up your personality. Then, like, your sense of humor. There are a few factors that make you as a person, but your opinions are one of the biggest factors of what actually makes you an individual. Those are, like, your variables. If you're taking those away, that's not a very fun world to live in. You kind of have to accept that there's lots of different perspectives. But that's why it's good to have an understanding, rather than, like, a fear. It's good to get understandings of that kind of thing. Because also, when you are making something, when you are making a game or something, too, that's something to even keep in mind. And it's why you can have cool stories like what people were just telling. Someone playing Kirby Air Ride with her grandma, and that she was so into it that she was giving them tips and tricks for the game. That's really cool. And hey, that's what Sakurai was kind of intending. Yeah. That's what the control scheme was supposed to be for. It worked. That's really cool to hear as a story, because that means it totally worked. That's really cool. That was the plan all along, and it worked out. Games could be fun. Games could be exciting. And people gotta remember that with all these areas. Don't get so concerned all the time about, like, where things shouldn't be at, because if you just drift your mind over there the whole time, then that's where you remain. Try to remember the things that are exciting. Try to remember the things that got you into the stuff to begin with. Thank you, Cat Donkey, for $2. Kirby makes me cry. Please stop. Okay, never mind. Maybe video games aren't exciting. I'm sorry, Cat Donkey. Please don't cry. I know Kirby's scary. They gave him angry eyebrows. They had to do it. The West wouldn't buy the games. They said he was too cute. They had to make him angry. Please don't cry. Thank you, Jeff. For $5. It was 3 A's. And they are not all capitalized, so it is not Jeff AAA. It is Jeff... Ah! He gave $5. No message, but thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Samuel, for, 5 euros. Hey, yo, ding ding. Just wanted to take the time to say that I appreciate everything you do. This is actually my first stream, and I really enjoy it. That means you haven't even seen everything I've done. Ooh, no, I kid. But... No, welcome. This was an experiment here today. I was trying out YouTube because I was wondering how different it would be over here compared to Twitch, and the answer is actually, like, way more positive. Heck, even with that earlier, even if that was a weird discussion with that...
It was really the only thing that happened.
It was the only thing that happened, and even then, it was totally gentle. Nothing happened off of that. It was just a conversation. If this was Twitch, that probably would have been a lot different. So... Yeah.
Oh, no, you fucked up. Why?
Oh no, did they?
He placed the bomb instead of...
Oh. By the way, isn't that a pain that between the 3 Pikmin games, you need to, like, know specific things that aren't in each game? The thing about this one, that they automatically will target the thing that, if you make them inactive. So you just have to utilize that sometimes. How bomb placements work, that depending on how you throw them or where they're being placed, that determines if they place a bomb or not. But yeah, no, this has been, like I said, a super laid-back stream. I'm really impressed by the environment here. I didn't think that was going to come from YouTube. I kind of thought it would be the opposite. I thought YouTube...
I definitely did.
Yeah, I thought YouTube would be chaos, and Twitch is where it would be calmer. But I guess it might be the other way around. Isn't that crazy? I did, once again, I joked before I streamed here today that I was like, watch as YouTube was maybe the solution this entire time, that things would have just been way calmer if we were doing streams there. It's kind of feeling that way now, isn't it? I'm not complaining. That's like a wonderful revelation to have. I'm not complaining. It's not wonderful, I guess. The downside is still YouTube is so stingy about what you do with your content. They're not gonna let me do the stuff I'd want to do. And that's not a thing about, like, shock material, because they don't care about that. YouTube will do stuff about, like, limiting ads a bit on that, but they still let that stuff slide all the time, and people are just pushing to get it in there anyhow. More so, I'm concerned about, like, copyright stuff, that they're so strict about music. They have all those auto-detection systems. You can't get in contact with anybody. They have, like, very high, like, intolerance for that kind of thing, too, that they're just ready to boot you right out of their platform. Not to mention, I've already had some rough, experiences here with this channel in specific with YouTube. It was a pain to even get them to, like, approve me for some of the stuff on here. Initially, they said it wasn't even my content. I guess they didn't even think it was me. I actually had to get somebody to talk to them for them to, like, ease up and just let me through, and doesn't that suck to have to find out? I'm revealing that to you right now. Yeah, I had to talk to somebody. So, hey, if you're a small YouTuber, how are you supposed to do that? How are you supposed to do that, you talk to somebody who's really big at YouTube to get you in contact with somebody? You don't. You lose if you are a small creator right now. YouTube is really, like, still insulting in some ways as a platform, but Twitch is pretty insulting in a lot of ways, too. Even what it's like to become partner on there, they expect a lot out of you, and then I think after that leak that happened last year, they did reveal that, like, less than 1% of the users on that website are even making enough profit to live off of it. The majority of people on there are not making anything, and are just struggling and hoping they can make something and never making it. Part of, like, making one of these streaming platforms seems like you need to mislead people. You have to treat them like, you too could be ninja someday. When obviously, no, you're not. You need to have the connections and already need to be in, like, spots with some of this. They're making it harder for new people to, like, start up and get into positions, which does stink. I want to see a lot of new faces. I don't want to see creators getting, like, stomped out. And then I'm just left with, like, material that has nothing to do with what I'm interested in. The algorithm on YouTube is really weird, what it recommends these days. Not to mention they're working in more ads, although so is Twitch. But it is nice that Twitch at least gave some leniency here that partners can use other platforms. And I'm glad that YouTube is at least making that big change soon when it comes to copywritten music. That's going to go a long way. That's going to go a real long way. That's going to change a lot for this platform. If it works out. If there are some other like catches that come alongside it or something they haven't talked about yet, well, that could change it then. But they have the potential here right now. YouTube has some potential to maybe, oh my god, improve things. YouTube might actually improve something. I can't believe those words just left my mouth. What is this world coming to? A big business is maybe thinking about its users? Its consumers? Oh, I think I'm gonna be sick. Thank you, Axton Hale, for $5. Love the stream, man. Red blocks give Dragoon Hydra. Oh, I knew that. I've been saying that since the beginning. You didn't have to tell me. No, I knew the red boxes are the ones that give you that. I was also just trying to get other abilities, because if you can get your top speed up, at least that means you can now quickly travel between those red boxes to get them. I was just retrying a lot too, because the game was just fun. And it was easy to talk while playing it. But we did it. We got all the vehicles. We did a lot of stuff today. And I didn't even know. I had no clue today on stream. I talked about Black and White Kirby being unlockable, that he is in there as a color. I just didn't have him. But I didn't remember how I got him as a kid. We did it on stream. You make the Hydra and the Dragoon in one game. That's how you get them. So anybody who somehow is now playing Air Ride at this very moment, that was fast. Where'd you get a copy of it? Now you know that. Now you know how to unlock them if you want. Really good unlock system. I think it's one of the smartest I've seen. That it's basically like an achievement list, except there's unlockables attached to those. And you don't know what any of them are until you start doing some of them, that they reveal, like, the ones neighboring them. It's such a good idea. And it gives you a ton of stuff to do. That's why I'm not surprised it found its way into Smash later. It's a good system. I remembered being excited when I saw it in Brawl. That's like, I know what that is! That's the Air Ride unlock system! And that's a good unlock system. That's cool, they're using it. Thank you, Play It Loud, for $2. Came in right at the Doug discussion. Perfect. We did talk about Doug a whole bunch. We don't need to repeat those discussions. The less said about Doug Funny, the better. Although it is interesting that people figure that out by flipping his name around.
Yeah, what was it?
Good enough.
Good enough.
I guess that's why Funny is spelled weird. Good enough. That's Doug's character. Good enough. He's like serviceable, I guess. He's like a mediocre friend. Doug, I want you to be there for my surgery. Oh, gee, Patty, I have to go find the lake monster. I mean, I know we're friends, but, you know, I'm like kind of your friend.
Man, nowhere near.
Oh, Doug, you're good enough. You're good enough as a friend. I'm bleeding. I mean, he did it. It was what I talked about earlier. There's a Disney's Doug episode where Patty becomes insecure about her weight, and she comes over to Doug and says, like, Doug, do you think I'm fat? And he goes, oh yeah, Patty, you're huge. And it breaks her heart, and she runs off, and she becomes anorexic, and it's all because of Doug. And the reason he said it is because he was too busy hunting the lake monster. So after she collapses from a track meeting from not eating food, Doug is like, wait, what? Patty's in danger? Oh, but the lake monster, come on. Doug, isn't that supposed to be the love of your life? You invited her over to your house, and then you went to the air ducts in your underwear and started watching her. But then that's what you're going to do to her because of the lake monster? We had a lot of discussions about Disney's Doug and Nickelodeon's Doug earlier. Doug Funny is a baffling character. I forgot we talked so much about Doug. The lake monster was his real love. I guess so. I guess that was the lesson. I don't need Patty anymore, Skeeter. I have the Lucky Duck Lake Monster. He's like Patty, but lives in a lake. Thank you, Mr. Pikmin, for 99 cents. And they gave a little, like, face where the eyes are closed and the mouth is flat. Thank you, Mr. Pikmin. Are you related to Mr. Pokemon?
I would assume.
Do you think they're like both frustrated with each other? That's like, that franchise, ignore that franchise.
Yeah, probably.
Thank you, Ezekiel Kinney, for $19.99. I couldn't be more stoked to hear both of you guys. Hope life is going good. Going as you guys need it to. And thanks for the content and nostalgia with this killer GameCube game. Be well. I wish, it's funny. It's a different phrasing the way you handled it, but because of that phrasing, now I can't tell you that things are going well. Because you said, hope life is going as you guys need it to. Oh, no, not at all. Mm-hmm. Hasn't for a long time there. But we're trying to do the best that we can, at least. No, way off from where we would need it to be. It's been that way for like 6 years now, but we're at least like having an okay one this week. Tonight was pretty fun, and in general, I don't know, Julian and I have been having a good time spending a lot of time together while working on stuff. This Halloween stuff is exciting. It's going pretty well. We're trying the best that we can. But thank you, Ezekiel, and at least with support, I mean, yeah, we're at least getting closer. Thank you for helping out. Thank you, Gogeta Mods. Oh my god. Are you modding Gogeta into even more games? Can you put him in Pikmin? Thank you for $1.99. Thank you to Jeff. For $5. That's a repeat, but thank you again, Jeff. Never forget, there's a episode of Doug about putting down his dog on Christmas of all things. Yeah, there sure is, and it's like one of the most miserable feeling cartoons that aired on Nickelodeon. I still don't get it as a Christmas special. As a kid, I remember seeing it on TV, and it left an impact enough that I was like, well, that was an unpleasant Christmas special. I don't want to watch that again. I did remember it. I remembered it in my head that I was like, I want to avoid that one. I didn't like that one. It's a really weird episode. But if you want a good one from the same channel, hey, the Rugrats, the very early Christmas special, when it was like, the show was at its peak, they were trying to be like The Simpsons for children. That's their own quote. That's not coming from me. The writers were saying they wanted something like comparable to The Simpsons, but with a broader demographic. That's a family show too. If you want really good Christmas special coming from Nickelodeon, yeah. The Rugrats Christmas special, I think it's from season 2. Season 1, 2, I think 3 is kind of getting to a cutoff point already. But seasons 1 and 2 were really strong for Rugrats. Season 2 specifically had a lot of fun stuff in there. The Christmas special is really entertaining. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of good jokes in there. And you would probably expect, because I just said Rugrats, that it'd be like, oh, so it's going to be like cutesy stuff. No, that's the thing. Early Rugrats wasn't that. Early Rugrats was really mean-spirited. And that's part of the reason it's really entertaining for that. All the adults are acting like goofballs. You get to have the whole thing with Angelica. It's still funny to me that she calls a random number, the guy picks up, and she thinks it's Santa. And the guy just decides to go with it and pretends to be Santa. And she asks what she's getting for Christmas. And he just goes, oh yeah, you're getting a big lump of coal. That he's just deciding to fuck with her for absolutely no reason.
Just because he's annoyed that a kid
called. It's a really funny special. It's really entertaining. It's a good time. And I would say that's one that probably is worth watching every once in a while. It's a decent one. Yeah, that Doug special sure isn't. That Doug Christmas special is very confusing. I mean, the Disney's one's not much better. That's when he gets his new newborn family member. They have a baby, and they're asking for names for the baby, but because Doug is so fucking selfish, he was too occupied with his Christmas list. But because Doug is also an idiot, this can never be easy, by the way. It's never just one layer. It is multiple layers for how Doug has to be incompetent. He decides to hand his Christmas list to his mom and say, this isn't my Christmas list. This is a list of suggestions for names for the baby. And she goes, oh, Dirt Bike. That's a good name. And Doug is just thinking, what? No, that was an excuse. Oh, no. Did I just get my sibling named Dirt Bike? Yeah, you did. So, the baby's name is Dirt Bike. Good job, Doug. I can't wait for Dirt Bike to get older to change their name legally. Which, by the way, they're going to change their last name, too, because they don't want to be associated to not be associated with you anymore, Doug. That one's not one of his worst things, is the thing. That one's a little more innocent. It can play out a little more, like, friendly, but I don't know, the Disney's Doug gets weird, and one of the episodes we watched a while back, that was probably the weirdest one, was that Patty stays over at Doug's place, and he thinks it's a date for some reason. So the first thing he does is he comes down in, like, a suit, and he sits in a chair with, like, a newspaper.
You should mention that it's not...
And puts on music for Patty, like classical music.
It's not that she's coming over because she wants to hang out with him. It's that her house is getting fumigated or something like that.
Yes, it's that...
So she's not even there because she wants to be there. And Doug is trying to put the moves on her.
It's that specifically Patty's dad reached out saying, hey, we got a thing going on here. Would it be okay if Patty stays over there? And... they say yes, everything seems fine. In fact, Judy, Doug's sister, is even getting along with her. Everything seems to be going great, except Doug is fucking horny. So no, things are actually not going great. That's the first thing he does, is that he sits down in a suit and, like, has a newspaper and, like, puts on classical music for her. And she's just like, what are you doing? Then he sees her talking to Judy, and they're laughing, and he's paranoid that they're talking about him. So what he does is he climbs into the air ducts of the house, takes off his clothes to do so.
He's got to grease himself up.
Yeah, he's in his underwear in the air ducts, crawling above Judy's bedroom to listen in on Judy and Patty, and then he tumbles out in his underwear in front of both of them and just runs off. But it gets worse, because right after that, Patty then goes to take a shower, and Doug is in the shower with scuba gear waiting for Patty. And it gets worse that later on he tries to make sushi for her. Oh, God. It is one confusing mess of an episode, and by the end of it, it's like, Doug, what are you doing? What are you doing? Patty, by the end of it, I remember she's fucking pissed. It's probably the angriest she has ever sounded in the entire series. Like, she just goes, no! I am going home, Doug! Leave me alone! She wants to get out of there. And Doug did all of that on his own. She was just staying over. She wasn't going on a date with you, similar to that when she was tutoring you. That's not a date, Doug. Just because Patty is there doesn't mean it's a date.
You're laughing at the cartoon.
It's true, I am. I mean, it did work. We were laughing at episodes of it just because of how ridiculous it got. But yeah, Doug is something else. Someone just asked this on Disney Plus. Oh, I have no idea.
Not bad.
It probably would be.
I would figure.
No, not really. They have the warning before it's saying, the show represented different views at the time.
It was wrong then, and it's wrong now.
For Doug.
Yeah.
Specifically, it's before the episode when he's in the air duct in his underwear. You know, if you did that to that show specifically, it probably would get people questioning it a lot more. That they're like, "What? Yeah, what the fuck?" There was an episode about that, huh? Why did he go into the air ducts in his underwear to spy on his sister and Patty? It probably would like read a lot weirder as a show to people if they had a warning before it. Well, they're asking about Disney Plus, so I assume they're asking about, like, Disney's Doug, which is very different from Nickelodeon's Doug. Nickelodeon's Doug is weird in all of its own ways, but it's much more watchable, I would say. Oh, I don't know. Disney's Doug gets so ridiculous and, like, after-school territory sometimes that...
That makes it watchable.
Yes, it makes it
I understand
watchable.
what you're saying.
Because it's so baffling that you do end up laughing at, like, how absurd it gets. But it's also very frustrating. I mean, remember the one episode? It was so breakneck and rapid fire that in the middle of the episode, I was just like, what? I need a break. What is going on?
Which one are you thinking of?
It was the Disney's Dog episode that Mr. Bone is back and he's the principal. But by the way, that doesn't matter. Also, Roger's in detention, but actually that doesn't matter. He's joining a club right now. Doug is joining a club, and that club is attached to... like, they dress as sailor? What? It's a newspaper? What's going... It was just going left and right, and by the end of it, I was like, I don't even know what I'm watching. Is this one episode, 2 episode? Is this, like, 5 episodes got mashed together in, like, a hideous car accident? And then the only person that survived in that accident was Doug? Disney's Doug is something else. It's, like, really baffling. Nickelodeon's Doug, you can kind of tell what they were going for, even if they didn't really accomplish it. It's just kind of a, like, ho-hum nothing show. It's inoffensive. That's kind of all it really is. By the end, it at least gets weirder, and there can be some funny stuff that comes through on it, but it's kind of scattered and rare. Oh no, it's true. I mentioned that earlier on stream too, that yes, Billy West did not return. But someone just said it's because they wouldn't pay him enough. Oh, yes, I'm sure that's absolutely a big part of it, but he also said himself he just fucking hates the character Doug. He said that Doug would always make all the wrong decisions and always do all the wrong things, and he was just really frustrated with the character anyways. So it would probably be both, I would imagine. Doug is an insanely frustrating character, and it's not who I think a lot of voice actors would want to be known for. And he's not! That's the thing, Billy West isn't known for Doug. He's known for so many other characters, isn't he? Some people probably didn't even know he was Doug. And if you only grew up with Disney's Doug, you probably wouldn't even known he was Doug. Ever. Yeah, even someone just said, Billy West voiced Doug? Yeah, the original Doug on Nickelodeon. That was Billy West. He's Doug and Roger. Roger, you can obviously tell. Listen to his laugh. And it's a canned laugh. It's one laugh that he recorded and they use in, like, every episode. It's Billy West. Someone said, at least he got to be Roger. That's true! At least there's that. He hates this character, but at least he gets to play a character that's, like, constantly antagonizing him. Although we talked about that earlier, we were making jokes about how it's obviously that's not what it is. The show does make it feel that way. We watched the first episode again at some point. I feel like it was earlier this year, and it's the one where Roger is gonna prank Doug by trying to convince him to catch a nematode. Except the thing with that is his prank involves, okay, funny, show up at the Lucky Duck Lake at 4 a.m. in the morning tomorrow. And then 4 a.m. in the morning tomorrow, Doug is not there, and everyone's talking to Roger going, gee, Raj, why did we do this? Why are we waiting for Doug here? It kind of seems like we're the ones getting duped here, you know? And Roger goes, no, if he knows what's good for him, he'll show up. And then, earlier on stream, I was just thinking about, like, him at a restaurant waiting for Doug, just thinking, like, oh, if he knows what's good for him, he'll show up. I'm gonna get that funny. I'm gonna get that funny something nice on this menu. What a nice menu. He clearly has like a thing going that he's got a fascination with Doug. But that was what we were joking about, is like no one's like, you know, having any issue with that with Roger. The joke, it was someone in the chat, wasn't it, that they typed like Roger's internal like thought process that he's going, I can change him, I can fix Doug, I can make him a better person. That all the reason he's antagonizing him is because he thinks that Doug is bad and he's trying to help him and set him like straight. But that's what we were talking about too, is that like all of his friends are talking to him saying like, come on, Raj, I mean, Doug, you can do so much better. It's not like people aren't supportive necessarily of that, like that's where Roger's at. It's more so like, Doug though? Come on, Roger, he could do better. We were talking about this, like, what, you got like, even Skeeter would probably be better. I mean, Chalky, I don't know. There's probably a lot of other people. Roger, why Doug? He can change him. I'll show that funny. I'll show that funny what true love looks like. It looks like ketchup being splattered on my new boots. Brian, that is a lot of money. It's not Brian, never mind, it's Brain. Brain, that's a lot of money. Brain, that is a ton of money. I do need to look into if there's a way to refund these, because I do feel bad, once again, for people who give a lot. I want to make sure anyone who's watching stream can still be, like, okay on their own end. We do appreciate support, but I want to make sure you guys are, you know, safe too. Brain did give $100. That is a lot of money. That is a ton. I appreciate it, Brain, but seriously, like, I guess, I don't know. The money's not going to come in immediately here. I don't think that's how YouTube works, but I'd like to look into that. I want to put that at least out there for you in the future. If you want a refund on that, hit me up. Like, give me the name that you used and everything. I can get that back to you, I guess. That is a lot of money. If you're sure, but I want to at least give the offer. Because I'll read messages without there needing to be, like, an amount attached. I'm fine to just talk to chat. I've been doing it plenty here. But Brain said, this is my favorite Mixer stream about Doug erotica. Oh. We were talking about Mixer earlier. And we were talking about Doug. So I'm kind of figuring out where we're catching up to right now in the stream. This is when I was still playing Air Ride. Well, I hope all the Doug discussion was interesting to you, Brain. But once again, yeah, that is a really big donation. I do appreciate it a lot, but I do want to leave that out there at least as an offer. If you're in a tight spot or anything, feel free to hit me up if you want that back in the future. It's a lot of money. We appreciate it, but I want to make sure, once again, everybody else is doing okay too. Thank you, Gogeta Mods, for $4.99. They said, what's your legitimate political opinion on Obama?
Oh my god.
Well, legitimately, I think he was a president. I think. I might have to look through some notes here. I'm thinking of Santa Claus, right? Santa Claus was the president. I get them mixed up. No. No, wait. King Tut. No, wait. See, I get names confused a lot. Who was our last president? I think it was, like, the Easter Bunny, right? Who's
Queen of England?
Who was the first president? See, this is why you asked for legitimate, and I'm sorry to disappoint you here. Yeah, I actually kind of forgot all these names. They're all, like, mixed together for me now. He was the one that was watching Naruto and had X-Men versus Street Fighter, right? Or no, wait. He's the one that, he... He had a TV show, right? Obama? It was called Obama Rama.
Obama Rama.
It was like a variety show. It's like Sakatubi. He would pop out of like little holes on the wall to tell jokes to the audience. So, a priest and a rabbi walk into a bar. But thank you for the attempted political bait. Gogeta mods. Thank you, Hung White Boy. Wow. There's a name. You got that as a YouTube account, huh? There's 99 cents. I have to go to bed right now, so I can catch some sleep before work. Please do more streams, especially the new YouTube streams. Yeah, I think we will. I think we will do a lot more over here. YouTube has been a much more positive experience. It's been pretty good over here. And yeah, I had a good time over here, too. We had a pretty fun night. A very busy night, but a fun night. I had a good time. Thank you, Toast the Third, for $20. It was great to hear you guys again. Thanks for blowing my ears out so I can't hear again. Oh, yeah, I did scream a lot today. Oops. At least I'm using the shotgun mic. If I was using the desktop mic, you would have had your ears blown out. I have to keep remembering with the desktop mic that if I scream loud enough, that thing peaks as hard as possible. I have to be really careful with it. But this mic at least can handle it a little bit better. Although my settings might not be, like, the best right now. I might want to turn it down a bit or something. But no, we had some screams tonight. We had some shouts. We had some bouts. We had
some louds.
We had, clouts. We had clots. Of the
we did have clots.
Yeah, we did. Of the Roger variety.
Yeah.
How would you feel if Season 2 of Nickelodeon's Doug was just about Roger instead?
Like Doug isn't even in it?
Yes, that Roger is now there in front of the logo, and it's about him.
Do they rename it, or is it still called Doug?
The show is still called Doug, but for Season 2, all the title cards say Roger.
Okay.
Doug is out of town for this season. Would you watch a show about Roger instead?
Sure. I'm trying to remember. I feel like this happened in something. That, like, the main character went on a trip, and that it was, like, about somebody else.
I think you're thinking of Roseanne, that she went into a coma. It
is a funny idea.
It's
an awful idea.
It's one idea, all right.
But it's a funny way to troll your audience.
That they're like, hey, people really like that jumping the shark moment. They always talk about it. What if we do something like that? Oh, that's still a story I cherish dearly.
Oh, that you fooled. Who was it again?
This is way back. We had a friend who was friends with somebody else that was like just very incredibly naive, and they didn't know a lot about media in general. I think they were probably homeschooled, from what I recall. They didn't socialize a lot.
That's what I was thinking of. I was thinking of Aqua Teen.
And that was the thing, was because he wasn't exposed heavily to media. I mean, I gotta tell the story. I can't.
Yeah, go for it.
I'm already this far in.
Go.
But just that, yeah, he wasn't too familiar with media. He didn't have exposure to a lot of it for a while. So that was what happened one day, was that we were just talking, and we were just goofing around, and that was what came up, was the jumping the shark moment in Happy Days, because he said, did you know there was an episode where he actually jumped over a shark, and that's why they call it jumping the shark? And one of our friends just very quickly on the spot started going, oh yeah, I mean, everybody talks about that one. That's why it's called Jumping the Shark. It was like a really weird episode, because what happens is a time vortex opens and that the Fonz goes back through it. And you don't see him for a lot of the episode, but later on he comes back and he's in a hospital bed wearing like Roman gladiator armor. And he believed all of it. And we had to eventually tell him, okay, no. That's not what the episode's about. Yes, that is why it's called Jumping the Shark. Similar to skyboxes are called skyboxes because in a lot of games they are literally boxes. It's called Jumping the Shark because that's what happened in the episode. The fawn jumped over a shark and people thought it was so ridiculous that this was the point of the show of, we're not interested anymore. This is just too out there for it. The show is not what it resembled before. This is too ridiculous. That's why Jumping the Shark is a thing, but... yeah, he expanded a really, like, goofy plot line off of it. That the Fonz went back through a time vortex and then showed up in the present again wearing gladiator armor in a hospital bed. And he thought it was all real and he was really convinced. And he was like, oh no, it was like everyone asking him how he was doing. What kind of things did he see? I wish it's what the episode was about. He created a more interesting premise.
It's like Chicago Party Ant going back in time.
Chicago Party Ant needs to go back in time.
Oh my god, I freaking started the Great Chicago Fire! Al Capone, get me out of here!
Does Gay Nephew come with her, or is she alone?
Gay Nephew, halfway into the season, realizes what's happened and has to figure out how to utilize the beam with, like, thunder. Like, lightning
Then
has...
it can, like, curve space-time
Yes,
around
lightning
it.
has to strike the beam when you're laying underneath it to be teleported back into time, so he tries to go rescue her. But the thing is, she's having too much fun getting to live in old-timey Chicago because she loves Chicago so much.
That was what I was going to say as an alternative. You could do a Planet Sheen and have it just be coincidentally that somebody in the past is the exact same character.
But then he would go, I brought you something, and she went,
No freaking way! Mike's Hard Lemonade! They don't have that here! Give me!
only if you come through the time portal.
Oh, but there's so many cool freaking things in old Chicago.
Like
I'm going
fire.
like fire. There's so much fire. Before I showed up, there wasn't any. But when I showed up, there's so much fire.
It's not fair. Fix Chicago Party Ant. This is how you do it. This is a better final season for it. Who are we kidding right now? It's not getting another season. You may as well have her travel back in time. Yeah, she has like nothing to break up.
She just loves fire.
Wait, Al, before I go, I need to tell you I always freaking loved you.
It's turning into pickles. The more I do Chicago Party Ant, it just turns into pickles because I want to make her sound more obnoxious. But then by doing that, I try to slur my voice. It's like, oh no, yeah, it is just pickles.
The drummer.
The drummer.
Hey, we're going to freaking Chicago. We're going to Chicago. We're going to Chicago.
You got to get a little bit whinier.
Oh, we're going to Chicago's. Oh, boys, I like Chicago's. I want to meet the party ants.
Why does Pickles know about... Sorry, not Pickles. Why does Toki
Because
know
Toki's a
about-
big fan of Chicago Party
about
Ant.
Chicago Party Ant?
It's his favorite Netflix original series.
Why does he like it?
Because he's Toki. Does that not make enough sense?
He always
Why does he like the... Oh, Dr. Roxo, they added the clown thing later on. What if Pickles the drummer became a pickle? It'll be in the new movie.
I'm a pickle. I'm a pickle.
It's like that on your show.
I wasn't like this before, and then I got turned into it. It's me, Pickles the
It's
Pickle.
me. He would say it
Pickle
like that.
Pickles. It's me. Hey, was anybody looking for Pickles? Cause he's not here. The Pickle is.
That sounds like a real joke. And then Nathan would like look at him like,
That's really funny. It's the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen.
To be fair, you have to have a pretty high IQ.
Yeah, you have to be pretty smart to understand that one. It's not fair. I wants to be Pixels too. Yeah, I wants to also be Pixels.
Well, how can we all be pickles?
No, I'm
"How can we all be
Pickles.
pickles?"
No, I'm Pickles. I'm the drummer. I'm just
sounds-
also a pickle.
It sounds too real. How can we all be pickles?
Okay, maybe we get a giant jar and we all get inside of it.
Oh yeah, that will be really funny when we get out.
And then they're all dead.
Yeah, they all suffocate inside the jar. Or they get Murderface to go in and they just leave him in there and everybody else just moves on to other things for the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Someone said this is a real episode that hasn't been made. You know, the thing is, with the mean spirit that Metalocalypse had and how much you could tell Brendan was just venting through it early on, which I love about it is the thing. I really like how much of that is coming through it. I think of, like, the comedy episode.
Yeah.
The guy just going, Snorks! They're called Snorks! I remember the Smurfs! I wonder if it would have been an episode just making fun of something like Pickle Rick if the show had ran, like, long enough. No, that's exactly what would happen. The end of the episode is like Murderface finally is like trying his hardest not to suffocate in the jar, and they're all noticing it, and they're like,
Oh yeah, we left him in there.
Why did you leave me in there? I could have died.
That would have been pretty funny.
You think so?
Yeah, you would have been really funny.
yeah, you would have been pretty funny.
Way funnier than pickles.
You would have been way funnier than Pixels was.
You think I should go back in?
Yeah, I think you should go back in the
As they're all
Okay, but I just got out of the jar. What are you doing?
hang on. I have to be sure you don't put any holes in the jar lid. It'll be funnier.
So is that, I mean, you don't even really play bass?
Oh no, I fucked myself over. I forgot to.
The jar would be full of, like, vomit and piss from him, too.
Yeah, it would.
He would, like, make himself as embarrassing as possible being trapped inside of this jar. And the reason he got out of the jar to begin with was he was too impatient. He wanted to show how funny he was even sooner, which is why they could convince him to get back inside of the jar. He just really wanted to make everybody laugh. That's how you know you have a good show. You can just think of the characters and like what kind of situations they would get themselves into.
True. That's the mark of a good character.
Yeah.
You know what they would say.
Yeah, you know
in
what
a
they would
given
say and do.
situation.
You know how a whole thing would play out. Thank you to Palm Shoes 9.99. Ding Dong, what's your favorite Street Fighter and or Capcom fighter? We're to refer Street Fighter as fighter, but you favorite Street Fighter games probably Third Strike still at this point. Because that is sort of like in its own tier for me, Street Fighter 3 in general. Well, I shouldn't say that, because like vanilla Street Fighter 3 I don't get anything out of, but I've had fun with Second Impact. I don't mind it, but Third Strike, it's very special to me as like a game. There's so much that's doing that I'm not going to get from the rest of the franchise that I'm pretty into Third Strike. But if we go down from there, Alpha 2 is pretty decent. Some people prefer Alpha 3. I prefer Alpha 2 over it. It doesn't help that Alpha 3... There is some neat stuff about Alpha 3, but one of the biggest problems is, I mean, there's a universal infinite in that game. You launch somebody and then just infinitely launch them over and over again. There's a lot of weird stuff with that. Not to mention, I mean, it's not like Alpha 2 didn't have its fair share of problems. Oh, it sure did. But I feel like, I don't know, I remember Neutral Game feeling a little stronger in Alpha 2 for me. I had a little more fun there. I like the music a bit better. Presentation is pretty solid in Alpha 3, and it is a bigger cast. You have isms and everything, but Alpha 2 was the one I liked more. I'd have to think, because there are a lot of Street Fighter games, I guess. There's lots of revisions. That's kind of why it gets muddied a bit. I remember how long it took for them to finally make Street Fighter 3, and then when it came out, people ignored it. In fact, a lot of people didn't even know they did do a Street Fighter 3. I remember being shocked when I finally saw, like, Street Fighter 3 in the arcade. It was just labeled 3. The arcade header does not say Street Fighter 3, it just says 3. Well, that doesn't tell you a lot. Also, it shows you a new character you don't recognize on it. They probably didn't do the best marketing Street Fighter 3. It didn't help that 3D fighters were becoming a thing. I remember at my local arcade, Street Fighter EX was preferred. It was preferred to Street Fighter 3 just because Street Fighter 3 is non-3D, but Street Fighter EX is in 3D. That was the mentality at the time. If you go back to a lot of old game magazines, reviews for 2D fighters were just turning into this mess of, I mean, it's like more of the same though, right? Graphics, eh. Gameplay, well, you punch people. That's what a lot of the reviews were like. You just had people not even paying attention to what fighting games were mechanically anymore. They just wanted to be wowed by, like, visual accomplishments coming through with, like, what Tekken was doing. It's why you had a lot of positive reviews for Battle Arena to Shinden when it's like, that's an interesting one to look back on. But in terms of, like, best fighting games overall, it's subjective anyways. It's, like, dependent on what people enjoy most. But on my end, Guilty Gear Accent Core plus R, that's one of my absolute favorites. AC plus R is just super, super good to me. Lots of universal mechanics. Some of them are super, like, tight windows to get certain actions down. Like, slashback is really cool. It's basically like parrying, except windows even tighter. So it's really impressive when you can pull off slashbacks well in a fight. New specials given to all the characters. There are so many universal mechanics in there that pretty much everybody can be viable in their own ways. Lots of crazy play styles, lots of variety, lots of complexity. So fast-paced, really good soundtrack, great 2D sprites that still hold up even now. Still looks good. It's just a really good fighting game. It's one of my favorites, I would say. Guilty Gear felt like it was trying to figure out more to add on to what fighting games could be when it had come out. Street Fighter seemed like, well, Capcom in general, when we're going to talk about, like, the era they were in after Street Fighter 4, Capcom was in a weird place. That's them trying to westernize. They were becoming much more business-driven than they were being driven by, like, what they were putting out in some cases. They're still getting some decent titles, and Street Fighter 4... it wasn't bad or anything, but it also was fleshing itself out more and more with each, like, iteration. I remember Super Street Fighter 4 actually felt like a pretty big deal in some ways, because it was like, oh yeah, a lot of these little issues have finally been taken care of. Some stuff I kind of liked about Vanilla, though. Does anybody remember Indestructible? Okay, good. You were supposed to hate that song, I guess. I don't mean that. You weren't, but... yeah, everyone said that you're supposed to be, like, embarrassed by that song. I didn't understand. I thought it was fine. But not even that. Whatever with Indestructible, the songs, whatever. What I liked about Indestructible was the character select version of it actually sounded really good. I was sad to see all of that go just because people complained. They swapped the announcer because people didn't like the Street Fighter 4 announcer. They still make fun of it, but it's like, I don't know, cheesy announcers in a fighting game, that's kind of what I want. I'm sort of sad. Guilty Gear, if you listen to their very early announcer dialogue that they had, you couldn't even make it out. Guilty Gear 1 on the PS1, it's like a robot voice. You can't make out anything they're saying. And I kind of like that about it. It's fun having just like these hideously distorted voices screaming out phrases at you. It kind of adds to the aesthetic of Guilty Gear. But I always appreciated goofy announcers. I can kind of understand it with Street Fighter 4, though. I do remember Vanilla 4's announcer didn't do a lot for me. But I'm fine with goofy announcers in games. I'm totally for it. They're very memorable. Arxis always does a good job of also just having, like, their ways of trying to stand out. No, you don't say round 1 fight. It's duel 1. Wait, that's not enough. How about heaven or hell? And instead of saying fight, how about let's rock? You play Hokuto no Ken and you have decide the destiny. I love how he says it too in his deep voice that he goes, decide the destiny. Goofy phrases like that being said so seriously. I love that stuff to death when games do it. I remember people complaining about Marvel vs. Capcom 2 back at the time. Why does it have a jazz soundtrack? Because it's fun. I'm totally into it. It makes the game feel like this is just zany and over the top. I think a lot of the music's pretty decent in that game too. But there were a lot of people where it's like, no, you're supposed to think this is badass. The Hulk is fighting Roll from Mega Man. And that's fine. I mean, I get it. Marvel fans probably very specifically would be the ones that want that, I guess. That's why a lot of people call it Marvel. The Capcom part of it gets left out. Some people are really there for the Marvel portion of it. But I like the Capcom flavor being added in. I never minded that kind of thing. I like that a lot of Capcom's fighting games try to do experiments in that kind of way. Third Strike, it worked out great. Going for the hip-hop soundtrack, that worked out really well. I always appreciated that they're doing stuff like that. But if we're gonna go into best, like, Capcom fighter for me, probably VSAV, Vampire Savior. It's probably one of the best, I would say. There's some stuff in it I'm not the biggest on. The push block system sure is odd. But I mean, some characters are a little weird too. Sasquatch is something. But it's fast-paced. A lot of the cast is a ton of fun to use. Very rich, like, mechanically. A lot of what you have come to appreciate about, like, the Versus series, a lot of that stuff was kind of being done there in Darkstalkers. Beautiful animation. Great sprite work. Like, some of the best. If you want one of the best-looking, like, 2D fighters that came out through Capcom, Vampire Savior is probably one of them. It looks great. Some of the stages are really clever. I love the one that's on the side of the building. You're fighting on the side of a skyscraper, and behind you is, like, a road with cars driving by and everything. It looks so cool. They have, like, the ghost train level and everything. Even good, like, little gags they worked into the background. In the first 2 Darkstalkers game, there's a Shiba Inu in the background that barks at you while you're fighting. And when you win the fight, he stands up and starts doing a little dance. He, like, starts cabbage patching. And what they did for Vampire Savior is, he's not, because all the stages are new, there's a stage for one of the characters where it looks like 2 people having sex underneath bed sheets. But when you win the round, the dog comes out from underneath the bed sheets and starts dancing. It was just him the whole time. It was just the dog. He's back, and he's here to dance again. It's a good gag. I liked it a lot. It made me laugh a lot the first time I saw it. In general, I mean, a lot of the animations in that game are just funny. They're animated to be, like, very goofy and cartoony. It's a really nice game, Vampire Savior. And people haven't played it. Oh, I would recommend it. It's just, be ready. It's not, like, a super easy fighting game to necessarily get into, but I would say it's worth it. It's a lot of fun. It's a very, very, very good one. If you wanna really experience Darkstalkers, it's a good way of doing it. Although I like the installment before it too. And there's also a lot of other like updates and weird versions of Darkstalkers that kind of came later. They had that one that added D as a character, which is just Donovan, and it's a sprite edit of Dimitri to be Donovan because it's supposed to be like he finally was fully like, you know, possessed and corrupted. The OVA is good. Here's something unrelated to what you asked. The OVA is really good. We were watching it, and I was impressed by how it looked sometimes, too. Some of the story arcs were actually handled pretty well. Some of it is obviously just action for the sake of action. It's based on a video game franchise, but no, some of it's actually really well done. Specifically, the bit with Donovan and Anita, they accurately told that story with them. They did a good job of it. They're two of the more compelling characters, I think, in the universe of Darkstalkers, and it's kind of sad that Donovan's not playable in Vampire Savior. Kind of figured he would have been. Anita was almost playable in, which was it? Was it Marvel Superheroes? I forget which game it was, but she's unused. She's in the data that you can play as her. She was like a joke character, I guess, that they were testing stuff with. That she just makes gigantic walls of projectiles and basically can kill everybody with an infinite. They made her extremely powerful, but it was neat to see, just that it's like, hey, look, it's Anita and she's fighting. Her ending in that game with Donovan, it is supposed to imply that they both fought and she killed him. But they don't show you what that would look like. They just show you a single sprite of her as, like, an adult having to face him. We're never really too sure what Anita could fully do. So it's fun that as a joke character in a game, she was just there to create gigantic walls of projectiles and just be a menace. Thank you to Mina Rock for $2. Thanks for all your content and screams. No problem. Thank you, Drock Lorefield, for $19.99. Wow. Thank you, Drock. They said, all this talk of dragoons, but I don't see Freya Crescent anywhere. Haha, funny joke. Well, anyone in the chat, do you get it? I'll give it a bit. I'll see. I would actually, I would wonder. I would hope people get it. We'll see. Oh no, the chat is catching up on my end. It's a lot of messages scrolling by very fast. That's kind of a downside about this YouTube streaming.
Yeah, there's no, like, slow-mo or anything.
Yeah, well, not even that. Look what it's doing. Because it's catching up, it was just infinitely scrolling and I couldn't read anything. Okay, there we go, there we go. Yes, it is a reference to something with Dragoon in it. I'll leave it at that. But let's go to next. Thank you to Jotun Red Wolf. Thank you for $10. Glad to catch one of your streams. Good to hear your voice. I didn't lose it yet, but it's on its way out. No, I joke. Or do I? Maybe if I scream loud enough, we can kill this voice once and for all. Who's with me? The loudest scream in internet history? Let's do it. 3, 2, 1. No, I'm not gonna. It was interesting, though. I do remember this vividly. There was one time I was doing work for a client. I stayed up for, like, seriously 68 hours straight working. And I was talking to them during a lot of it, and by the end of it, I remember my voice was just gone. My voice suddenly cracked, and it dropped, like 20 octaves. It went down really low, and I remembered being like, is it going to be this way forever? Did, like, something just happen here because I'm talking more than I usually do? But no, it went away. But it is always interesting when that happens, when like you talk for a long time or you exhaust your voice enough that now your voice is sounding deeper thanks to that exhaustion, thanks to the overuse. What's the exercise people would always do? You do the thing where you go ding, dong, wing, wong. You hold on the NG sound because it's supposed to make your voice get deepened. Try it out. I'm not making that up. That is a thing. But yeah, it's interesting how that works, doesn't it? Vocal cords. Thank you, J Jammy 3732 for $4.99. Your daily Jamster reminder to jam out. Oh, thank you. I gotta get more Jamster ringtones. I gotta jam out. When your name was J Jammy, I thought it was gonna be related to the eye jammer at first. I thought the J was like for Jizzle Jam. Just one more bump. Thank you, Yohote, for $10. Wish I wasn't at work whenever I notice a stream, but I'm catching a sliver of it on lunch. You guys on that checklist grind? No, was just kind of messing around. Wasn't doing anything specific on stream here tonight. Just an experiment with YouTube streaming. That's why I'm not saving this or anything either. It was just a test. But a pretty good test. Pretty good test. A really surprising test here. Like I said, the stream went over great. And the atmosphere here is a lot more laid back. I might consider this more in the future to just do streams over here. It seems like people are, like, surprised to find out that we were doing streams this whole time. We did have a lot of people coming in today to mention that it was like, oh yeah, I had no idea. I guess that's why. Twitch was too off to the side. I guess people didn't realize. But, no, I had a lot of fun here tonight. Things worked out pretty well. Thank you to G-Foul Zone. They gave $5 and said, good on ya. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the $5, G-Foul Zone. Or GF Zone. Thank you to MG26 Malfunction. Oh no. Thank you for $10. Hello, have you watched a movie called The Goonies? That sounds pretty obscure. I don't think I've heard... No, I've seen it. I was joking with that, but it's like... Actually, you know what? At this point, I wonder... I don't even know if a younger demographic is familiar with Goonies, I guess. But, like, 80s kids reference Goonies so endlessly, and they're adults now. I shouldn't call them kids. But you have so many adults who I'm sure are still going to be referencing it. But yeah, no, I've seen Goonies. In fact, I even remember the Goonies in Yoshi's Island. I was like, oh, like the movie? I did have a moment like that as a kid when I first heard they were called Goonies. And if you want weird trivia for Goonies, the Goonies video games, specifically Goonies 2, I think it was Goonies 2, right? The music from it has been used in other games. Poppin' Music has it. I don't know why, but yeah. Poppin' Music, I think it was Poppin' Music 10 added it? They have the Goonies song in there, and they have the sprite from Goonies in there. It's just there. I don't know. It's a weird thing.
It must be popular. One of the musicians that I listen to that's on my playlist did a cover of it.
Yeah, it seems like it is a popular song. I like it as a song. That's the thing. The Poppin' Music version of it, I like a lot. I remember I was always trying to get better at playing it on the hardest. But I love that about Poppin' Music. They don't do it as much now. Konami's changed as a company. Maybe that's part of it. But I loved how much variety material you got like that. Goemon had a song in there, and he was a character, which is really fun. You have a lot of Gradius stuff in there. Vic Viper's a character, and he has his HUD in the bottom and everything. They did a lot of fun stuff with Poppin' Music crossovers with Konami titles. And hell, one of the arcade versions of Poppin' Music, I forget, is it Adventure? Is it 15? They have the Mario Brothers theme playable. They licensed it. They actually got that from Nintendo and did it. It's not in the console version. I don't even think that... 15 never got a console port anyways. I guess there's Portable. Portable, I know. Portable 2 is supposed to be based off Party, but it's not really the same game. But whatever, I'm getting the semantics with that. Yeah, they even had the Mario theme. Poppin' Music has a lot of interesting crossovers. But yeah, that Goonie song, it's a popular one, and Konami's used it more than once. And I think the Pop and Music one's probably one of the weirder references to it, because yeah, the character's even in there. But it's neat. It's a neat thing. Thank you to Alex Marcham for $9.99. No message, but thank you. Let's see. Thank you, Yohote, for $10. Pieces won't spawn in town/street. They will spawn in the bunker area edges of the map. Are almost all safe bets. Yeah, it was kind of weird with that earlier on stream. I wasn't struggling to find red crates. It was more so the red crates just weren't dropping the things I needed. I get people were trying to help out as if it was a mystery, but that is the thing with those pieces. They're meant to be uncommon. It is down to luck to some extent. You can at least go into the frequent hotspots of where the crates are going to spawn. And we did figure that out, that yeah, okay, these are the good spots. But I did sort of already know that with, like, the woods, for example, that it's such a big area on the map that that's what it's designed for. It's meant to be where a lot of the boxes spawn. They don't put them in the roads, typically, because they're roads. But yeah, for some reason, the Dragoon was really hard to build today. The Hydra I did repeatedly. The Hydra I kept getting. The Dragoon I was struggling with. But then we did both in one session, so we got it. But yeah, we were trying to figure out that kind of thing, because people in the chat were starting to say that 100% these pieces appear in fixed locations, which they don't. But we did figure out that not everyone was saying that. Some people were just saying, like, oh no, these are locations where red boxes spawn. There wasn't really a mystery about the red boxes ever. It was more so just how do the pieces actually spawn? Is it, like, total RNG? Is it pseudo-random? We never really pieced any of that together. All we figured out is... these spots at least are where red crates appear, so I guess just look for them there. I never read into any of it, I never looked into any of it. That's why it was a curious conversation today about that. I wonder how much Air Ride has been, like, gutted and ripped apart and what people have figured out about it. How much people have dissected it. I know there's some pretty crazy stuff you can do in it. I mentioned the wheelie trick. I forget which wheelie bike it is. I think it's the one that has, like, the elevated seat on it, and they say it's good at jumping. That's the one that if you keep diving and then going upwards in the air with it, you can kind of levitate forever with it. Which probably was not intentional at all, but it's a thing. There's weird quirks to a lot of stuff in Air Ride. Thank you, Blakeinator9872 for $10. Streaming on YouTube. Oh no. Oh no, I didn't know. I didn't know this was a problem. I didn't think that people still played Kirby Air Ride. Yeah. I mean, similar to a lot of GameCube titles, I think people still go back to them. Air Ride is a game that's still played a lot. Like I said, conventions, it'll show up, but it's fair to say that only because I think a lot of people don't own it, and it's sort of hard to arrange, like, a good experience for it. You don't have easy access to it right now. And it does go for a lot of money if you want to buy it used. But I have, like, my copy from when I was younger and everything. Like, I like Air Ride. I grew up with it. I got it the day it came out, I think, and that was the story I told earlier. I didn't even expect it to be that, like, that fun of a game. I thought it would be fun. But the friends I had over that I played it with, we ended up playing it seriously for, like, hours and hours and hours. We lost so much time to it because it was just that much fun as a game. Similar, Phantasy Star Online episodes 1 and 2 on the GameCube. That was another really good co-op experience with, like, friends. That was a really good, like, party game. I remember it was a thing that would happen sometimes. Everybody would come over with, like, memory cards. You'd just get a big pizza. And then you just see how far in you can get and what kind of equipment you get out of it. It was fun to play. Although we do have it on Xbox. We don't have the GameCube one. That goes for way too much money. I wish I still had my old copy. You want to hear the cruelest story of them all? I told this before that a lot of my old games got sold without me being told for, like, no money at all. That was one of them. Now, I haven't checked what Phantasy Star Online episodes 1 and 2 go for on the GameCube right now, but last time I looked, which was a few years back, almost around $300. But I'm sure the 25 cents they got for selling it was worth it. The 25 cents in GameStop credit for a location that closed a year later. I'm sure that was worth it, at least. I'm glad at least if something has stuck with like gaming culture. Even if this GTA 6 thing is still like confusing to a lot of people, there seems to be a lot like lost in translation to people what goes on with games, how they're made, what the industry is. At least something that is universally understood at this point is that GameStop was kind of a scam and that selling used games there was never a good idea. At least people did learn, and no one really falls for that as a thing at this point. Because yeah, back at the time, it was so exciting. I can sell the games I'm not playing anymore and buy more games? Yeah, you can sell them for like 15 cents, and then they're gonna put it on the shelf for $70. That was my copy of Bad Fur Day. Whoops. And then I had to raise money to try to buy it back. I wish I still had my copy of PSO. And even that, I have an additional story with it. I wanted to buy Phantasy Star Episodes 1 and 2 on the GameCube. GameStop almost gave me Episode 3, which is totally different. It's a card game. It's not the same thing at all. And I had to go back in and tell them, like, no, this is the wrong one. You gave me the right box, but this is the wrong game. It would have been really bad if I didn't know that about it already, that I just blindly started playing 3 and didn't just take it back immediately, because also with what the return policy is and everything, I wonder if I would have ended up like stuck with it, or if I would have had to purchase again or something if I sat on that for too long. But I at least recognized it and I got 1 and 2. Still a lot of fun. And there's still like private servers being run and everything too. Phantasy Star Online Episodes 1 and 2 are still going strong. PSO 2 I still haven't tried, and I've heard so many good things over such a long period for it. I should give it a shot at some point. There was that weird one for the 360. There was like Phantasy Star Universe that I never played, and I didn't hear very good things about it either. Kind of came and went. Oh no, Werma said, I tried to get Final Fantasy X and the box had 10-2 instead.
Oh no.
No, it would happen a lot. Their whole thing that they don't want to give you new copies, they just go through their used games to put into the case for you. That would happen all the time. They would just give you the wrong game. If it's like, no, I wanted Madden NFL 1998, not 1996. Stuff like that would happen a lot because those...
Blockbuster?
It's easy mistakes in some of those cases. Like Phantasy Star, I can kind of get it. It's called Episode 3. They didn't notice because the other one was Episode 1 and 2. They probably just saw Phantasy Star with Episode under it and went, yeah, that's the same game. Sometimes I could understand the mistake, but it is a very careless mistake to make. Although, I don't fault them entirely because also those employees are being paid like total dog shit. They gave them horrible hours. And then by the end, it started turning into a thing of, okay, here's the deal. You gotta get people on these cards. You gotta get people subscribed for these cards. And if you can't do that, you're just getting fired. You gotta get enough of these per month or you're out of here. Or we're gonna give your hours to other people. Really miserable job. And they were just hoping to, bait people who didn't know, well enough. This is like one of their first jobs they're taking, one of their first retail positions. That, hey, look, we give you a discount, though. Not much of one, but we give you a discount. So, not only are you having a very thankless, work experience here, how about you put your money right back into us? And a lot of people I knew who were working on GameStop at the time did just that. They thought it was exciting for them, because it's like, yeah, this is the dream. I'm, like, working with video games. Actually, you're working with retail with people who don't care about video games. It's too bad that it was so like mishandled over the years. Because once upon a time, I'd liked going to FuncoLand. Even EB Games, I remember going to some locations where they're actually set up pretty well. But that's the thing, it's a lot of people who are young, didn't really have exposure yet to like doing work like this, jobs like this. And GameStop going like overboard in some cases with it. That's like just as thankless as possible. I knew somebody who was working there for a solid decade, hoping to eventually get into a management position, and kept having it like teased in front of them. And then eventually they just slowly cut down his hours until silently he was fired. And not for really doing anything. It's just because, the business wasn't really doing well anyways. They're just taking less and less hours for everybody there. And then eventually, just people were getting laid off, and that was kind of it. No thanks for any of it. No point of being that dedicated for like a solid decade. It is a thing that people need to learn when taking jobs like that after a bit, that it's like, now, I know they may say things like, you're a part of our family, and we hope you're here for a long time. We're watching, was it the Arby's training video that they're talking about? Working at Arby's, you really have a future here, and we hope you stay for a long time. And then it's interviewing the girl going, yeah, I like working at Arby's. I guess I'll be here for a while. I know they want to make you feel that way, but in a lot of those cases, they're very thankless jobs that aren't going to lead to a lot. If anything, in some cases, they're hoping that you're just never going to question it, and you just stick around because you feel like you can't, like, do any better. Retail is hell. It's very miserable. I'm glad I didn't have to work it for too long, but it was, man, it was a very, very, very miserable experience. Because even some of the shortcomings and inefficiencies and everything, you can't do anything about it. It's one of those things like I was talking about earlier. You're the grunt workers. You don't have a say. You basically just get to be hurt and pushed around. It stinks.
Why would you go in the water?
But thank you to anybody over the past decade that decided, fuck GameStop, I'm just gonna tell everybody what my experience was working there. Because it was eye-opening to a lot of people. Even though it's very hard to actually reach through to people on the internet, especially the gaming community, I am glad those stories got shared because it was a warning to so many people. Don't get invested in this. Don't hop into this. Don't get yourself hurt with this or think it's something that it isn't. You're not going to get a job at Nintendo because you were working at GameStop for a year. You're not going to become a manager in some cases too after they've teased you with that position for 8 years straight. I think they're just trying to keep you motivated. I think they want you to not be paying attention to the fact that sales are down. Like I said, retail in general was pretty hellish, and GameStop was a very, 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 very shitty retail chain. Still exists, but I don't know, I haven't even been to one in a while. I don't see as many locations, and when I do see them, they don't tend to seem like a lot of people are going in. Little kids seem to still go in because they have like plushes and stuff. But sometimes, it doesn't even seem related to the games. Sometimes it just seems like they want to get like toys. They always have Funkos, they always have plushes of stuff. I think they even have like YouTuber toys in there now. Kind of weird. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Someone said, I'm glad I moved away from GameStop and went to mom and pop store. Oh, absolutely. There are so many good stores like that. And I've been seeing more and more of them pop up as time goes on, which is exciting. There's lots of little hobby video game stores where it's like just some guy running it on his own, and it's just someone clearly passionate. I remember there was a little one that I went to in Ohio ages ago, and they had all these Neo Geo cabinets. He even asked me, he said like, oh yeah, I'm trying to get rid of some of these. Do you want that one? It's like $300. I was like, are you kidding? $300 for that? I said, I mean, you have to ship it out is the thing. Like, you're going to have to get this out of here on your own. I didn't have a car. And I was in a completely different state. There's no way I'm going to be able to transport that, so I couldn't do it. It was a bummer, but... Oh, the store was great. I love the atmosphere inside and everything. Recently, we went to one. It was a little video game, like, hobby store that opened. It was just, seemed like a small group of people that were just passionate about games that ran it. Lots of, like, retro games for sale there.
When was that? I don't remember it.
You have the card from them. Remember they had the deal that if you bought a few used games, you get another one free.
Yeah, the little packs.
Yeah, and they had game magazines. I bought so many game magazines there. And that I remember they gave me a bonus issue because I bought so many. They were really friendly there too. I had to like control myself because sometimes I was getting lost in conversations with the girl who was working there. I remember she was talking to me and she's like, "Oh yeah, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon? That game made me cry. It was the first game that made me cry, and I didn't think it would make me cry, and it made me cry." And she went into a long discussion with me about it that was just like, oh yeah, I mean, like, I like dungeon crawling games in general. I play like a lot of them and everything, and you know, Pokemon's a series I appreciate, but I didn't think they were gonna do some of the like story beats they did and everything, and it was fun to listen to. It was fun to have a conversation about that. That's like, yeah, this is cool. I'm glad you're actually like really into games like this. It's cool to hear from people just like genuine excitement. I remember one time going in and just talking because yeah, we were talking about the old game magazines. I was handing them the issues, and they're like, "Oh man, remember this ad campaign?" I was like, "Oh, I remember. It was everywhere for like a year. It was like in every magazine." They were trying to get a lot of attention by being shocking with this one. I mean, recently people found the image of Bill Clinton holding up the Guilty Gear magazine ad.
Forgot about that one. That was really funny.
Worlds collide. It's a really funny image for that. Bill Clinton with Guilty Gear. Somebody needs to put like the soul bad guy headband on him or something. But yeah, I love stores like that, and they always have like good inventory typically. Sometimes they don't, I guess. I've been to a couple where they don't try very hard. It's like the kinds of people who heard, oh yeah, people like old games, so I got like some old games. I got Madden 93, Madden 94, Madden 2003. I have Xbox games too. I don't just have old games. Sometimes it's sad cases like that where it feels like more of a cash-in than it is a genuine like passion. But I've seen tons of great little stores like that. I love them. They always have great atmospheres inside. It's always a thrill to talk to the people that run those places. I love going to them. If you have like a local little game store like that, just run by passionate people, oh my god, support it. Just support it. Sometimes go in. Even if you like only have like $5 or $10 to spare, go try a little game. Buy a little game or something. Let them know you care. I try to prioritize that. When there is like a business I really enjoy, I do want to go back and like keep throwing support. It's why I told the story earlier on stream. There was a restaurant that opened in town. The food's like phenomenal, but we didn't know that yet. We just went in because we were excited to try it out. It was a new place. And we were like some of the first people coming in and trying out their restaurant. We kept coming back because the food was so good. And that's the thing. They remember us there. They talk to us a lot. They want to keep making free food for us, which we have to tell them that's not necessarily such a good idea. We don't want them losing money, but that's why we keep going back. I want to keep supporting them. I love the food that they make and everything. They've been really friendly. I want to make sure they're still doing well. Sometimes I will, like, get food from places, not because necessarily I want to get food from this place. Sometimes it is a thing of, oh no, I like the food from this place, but I am doing it too because I'm hoping to like support them. I want to keep this going too. I know it's only a little bit. I know I'm not making that big of a difference, but I still want to feel like I tried there and that I was trying to keep something afloat that I enjoyed. And that's why with like little hobby video game stores, I always want to contribute if I can. I always want to grab something from one if I can. Or show them that there are people that care, there are people who can absolutely appreciate this, even if maybe in some areas they don't get a lot of business. It's always good to at least go into one of those places, check it out. Maybe even have a conversation with the owner. They typically have a lot to talk about when it comes to games. Thank you to... Oh, sorry, I didn't finish Blakeinator. He also said, also, Game Boy camera webcam when, nah, JK. I don't fully get it, because he also started with streaming on YouTube. I didn't know there was, like, something that came with all of this. I'm sorry, Blakeinator. Thank you for the $10. And hopefully it was fun getting to see Kirby Air Ride, because, yeah, it's true. It's not a very common game. It is why, you know, used, it's kind of hard to get. It's why it's not super commonplace, everyone's playing it, but the people that have it absolutely appreciate it. I do hear from people who actually played Air Ride that they love it. I still hear it at this point. the people who are familiar with it, it is like no questions asked. Yes, it's a very good game. Because it is. It's a solid title. But I guess that's fair, once again, that sure, I do believe, too, a lot of people probably haven't been playing it. It doesn't help that on streams anyways with video games at this point, typically people are trying to aim for things that are going to get like more clicks, and if you're going to be playing a game that's not necessarily well known, that could put you in a worse position. I think it is why sometimes, like, there was a good bubble for it at the beginning of YouTube. I shouldn't say the beginning, but like 2010 to like 2014. There was a good window of people just wanting to showcase whatever neat games they found because they found them and they thought they were neat. This is before a lot of companies were like already reaching out to YouTubers and arranging contract deals where you wouldn't say anything bad about their game or that you're playing it early. This is before all of that. It would still happen, but it wasn't very commonplace at all. So a lot of the people doing those videos were doing it because it purely was out of passion. That's why they were doing it. Now a lot of people can't really stay afloat because ad payout on so many of these platforms too wasn't really sustainable. So even with content like that, people playing video games and wanting to share video games, sometimes there has to even be moments of, well, but if I want to make sure I can stay afloat here, I guess I'm going to have to go check out this Fortnite thing. It does just happen sometimes. And it does seem like it's becoming harder and harder to find people covering certain games. You might get like videos at least having like discussion pieces, but people streaming certain games, it does seem like they're not too common. I don't actually think I've seen Air Ride really get streamed outside of like gaming events, like big gaming events where it's just lots of games being played between people. But I hear people still mention it. I have people acknowledge it's a very good game at least. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how familiar people are with Air Ride, if a lot of people have seen it or not. And even here on stream today, you probably have to see it for quite a bit before really the appeal fully sinks in as to why it's such a fun game. City Trial really is the mode that makes it fun. And once you've played it for a bit and you've seen that there are so many different crazy things that can go on, so many random events, so many things you can unlock, so many things you can do, so many different like customizable settings and everything. The fact that you can play this with 8 people if you have the LAN adapter. It's a really good party game. It's one of the best multiplayer experiences, I think, on the GameCube. Thank you to Kyber132 for $2 Australian. And they said, hey, do you have any thoughts of Street Fighter 6? I haven't played it yet. Some of the new stuff they're doing, I talked about it earlier, I think some of the new stuff they're doing is cool. But I'm going to need to feel it. I'm going to need to see how it plays. Street Fighter is not the big series I'm invested in. I play Street Fighter. I like it enough, but Street Fighter V, for example, I tried to get in, and I just didn't really like how it functioned as a game. Didn't help it had such a rough beginning. Maybe if I came in now, maybe it's a bit better. I should say, not a bit better. I know they fixed, like, latency issues and everything, too. Not fixed, but improved on. They did some stuff to make it better as time went on. But 6 looks more like a game I would want to try out. 6's presentation, while it is very fancy and showing off a lot of what like new hardware can do, it's not necessarily what I'd want out of the characters or like the art style for Street Fighter. I think it looks very appealing as a modern title. I think it is trying to very heavily showcase what kind of raw power hardware can do. But I would want something a little more stylized, I think. I'm not getting a lot out of it visually, but I am interested in how it's going to play, and some of the features they announced could really lend to a lot. The thing I was talking about earlier was having that announcer system. I think they are just doing it for kind of like esports appeal, but the double layer to this, like the second layer here, the second thing that could really make that a good decision to include as a game mechanic. Oh sure, it's neat having announcers while you're playing. I mean, it's what people wanted in sports games all the time in the past. But what's cool about it is it could serve as a tutorial. You could have the announcers, the commentators shout things out about how you're pinned in a corner, maybe you need to do something to get out, stuff like that. That, sure, it's coming out like natural, commentary, like at a tournament or something. They're like shouting and sounding excited, but it's also a hint. If you're bad at fighting games, they're telling you right now, hey, you're trapped right now. Maybe try to figure out a way out of this situation. Stuff like that. Something like, oh, I didn't know you could link those two things together. Stuff like that. Or point out little things like that. that that's not what I think they're gonna do. I feel like that's probably way too much work that they're not going to commit. But if they did that with it, fighting games are gonna be way more accessible. That is such a good move if you ended up doing that with it. If you had commentary that was like in depth, it wasn't just a few voice clips, you had specific situations that it could recognize and make commentary about. This is why I don't think they're gonna do it that way. They want to have multiple announcers. That's a lot of audio you have to record. I don't think it's going to get super in-depth. I think it's going to be a lot of basic situations and ways to just kind of like build hype around a match rather than like fully informational commentary. But if they did that, like I said, that would be such a smart move for getting people into fighting games. If the game was saying stuff like that while you were playing it, it would be teaching you while you're playing it then. And maybe people wouldn't suffer as much or struggle as hard. It wouldn't feel... But yeah, I'm just gonna have to, I know that you prefer Luigi's Mansion 1 aesthetically.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. It's just, it would boil down to what I think of the art style and stuff like that.
Yeah. Was a game that you could finish in like 2 hours, basically, and go for a high score. Uh-oh. Did my stream just die because it's been running too long? Yeah, my YouTube Studio page has just crashed. Let me see if it's still running. Hang on, everybody. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I wonder what happened.
That's pretty funny because, yeah, YouTube, can your platform handle this? When I was doing streams on Twitch, I would sometimes go for like 24 to like 40 hours. I don't know, YouTube, can you handle that? Are you alright with streams going that long, or is that too much? I'm not getting the page to come back. I can't see the chat.
No, chat is, I can try to reload the page.
Yeah, what's going on? Guys, did I figure out something about YouTube here that I didn't know? Can you guys hear me? I can see the chat on OBS. No, it is YouTube. It is purely YouTube. The thing that happened was, I clicked over to the page that had the chat and the stream information on it. It crashed. So I refreshed the page, and it can't load it entirely. I might have overloaded YouTube with this stream because it's such a long stream. And I didn't think that would be an issue, but it might be. The fact that the page crashed entirely... YouTube streams start to die around the 10-hour time. Man. Well, let me finish up reading here then. If you guys can still even hear me. Can you still hear me? I hope you guys can still hear me. Thank you, Mr. Grack, for $5. Funny, I was just playing around with this again for the first time in years last week. Played it a ton when I was a kid. Yeah, it's a really fun game. I'm glad you went back to it. It's always worth revisiting some stuff like that every now and then. When you have vague memories about a game, but you always remember, like, oh yeah, I love that game.
The Pikmin have become detached from the thing they were trying to carry. They're stuck in the box.
Oh no. How did that happen?
Because they were trying to pathfind through it.
Oh no. Well... But if there's a game that you remembered a lot, but you want to have like a firmer memory of it, maybe you haven't played it in a long time, just go revisit it. People should do that more, I feel. Rather than just kind of holding on to the vague memory you have of something. If it's still there and you can still experience it, go check it out again. I mean, with digital games, you might not have that option for very long. Make the most of it while you can on those. But physical, hey, yeah, you have it. You should go revisit it, if there's an old game you haven't played in a long time. Now, there might be more messages that came through, but with how bad YouTube just messed up, I don't know. Because it says no super chats right now. That's not right. Okay, YouTube, I was complimenting you all stream here. You gotta work with me. I was on your side here, but this is a weird problem. I have never witnessed this before. That I seriously cannot even open the page for it on my own end again. It just doesn't load. The stream is still running. It's because I'm doing it externally. I'm not doing it through their website. But yeah, this stream running so long, I guess really broke things. I didn't think that would be an issue. Once again, when I was on Twitch, I was doing streams that sometimes would go like 20 to like 40 hours. I guess maybe I need to reconsider that when it comes to YouTube. No, there's a lot of super chats left, I know. And that's why it's not good that it's like messing up right now. Let's see if I can refresh it. There we go. Okay, wait, I think I might have gotten it. And maybe I'll read these a little quicker because I could keep going, but seriously, this would be infinite as a stream. In fact, I'm looking at the new list. I seriously have only read like half of them so far. Let me go a little bit quicker because I know people are getting tired too. You guys probably want your messages read. But I do want to still dedicate some time to each of these just so you guys can have your stuff read. Thank you to the Dingus7. They said, YouTube does what Twitch don't. Well, you said that a few hours ago and it did feel that way, but the stream crash thing was pretty unusual. Thank you, Sty on the Eye, for $2. Thanks for helping me get through high school. Oh no, did I? I don't remember being there with you. But I'm glad I was able to help you. Thank you, the Dingus7, for $9.99. Julian, what a silly goose. Hey.
I'm super tired.
No, it's
apologies for like.
No, I am too, to be fair, but I will also say I have more energy than I usually have.
Yeah, just because you're having a good time.
Yeah, this stream really did work out for the most part. This was a good time. And, well, no, like I said, I'm not going to be saving a VOD of this one. Stay tuned for more stuff over here on YouTube. Maybe I'll do some gaming stuff over here, and then weirder stuff that YouTube will absolutely not let me do.
Splatfest is on Friday. We should.
Yeah, we could. We could.
Granted, I have my own stuff to do on Friday, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Maybe we do Saturday, because
Saturday.
A Splatfest is supposed to be a bit longer than just one day.
Yeah. Oh, somebody remind me, on Friday I need to retweet the image that IGN shared, where they said, it's Friday night, and it's the really poorly animated Mario and Luigi dancing. I need to post that on Friday this week. I've been meaning to share that one again, just because it was such a goofy post from IGN. But I do want to remember this week to share it. Some people have their Friday traditions. Some people have their tradition of posting Sonic the Hedgehog saying, alone on a Friday night? God, you're pathetic. Some people use it for that one. And I think that's one I cherish. I really value. Seeing the Mario Brothers angrily dance makes me so happy. It's okay. I mean, 90% of the stream was seriously just reading these. A lot of people did come by tonight. I would say, not 90% of the stream, I guess, but like 60% of the stream now has been this. And I just said, I'm not even halfway through these, so I'm going to try to speed up a bit here. This is something I'm going to need to figure out too. Super Chat, you've all been like really, really helpful here tonight. So many people have come through. This is way more than we're used to on like Twitch. I want to thank everybody a lot for that. At the same time too, though, I am going to need to figure out something here just to make sure I don't get lost on this for too long in the future. Twitch, I would do it all the time, and it was a running joke that I was like, oh, here he goes again. He's reading like a donation message and now talking to this person for like an hour. I feel bad just skimming messages. I don't think it's a good thing, but I do need to figure out being a little quicker, because sometimes someone brings up something that leads to an interesting conversation, and I can't exactly get lost on it. I need to keep moving. So I'll be a little bit faster with these, but if someone still has like something here to talk about, I'll still probably have a conversation. I'm just going to try to be shorter here, because I do want to head to bed soon too. I've already been reading these for like 5 hours now. Thank you to Chip Chip for $50. No message. I like the name though. I like Chip Chip. Thank you, Chip Chip. $50 though. That's a lot of money. I'll say it again to everybody here. Anyone who has been donating, nobody has to donate anything here. In fact, in a lot of cases, we'd probably be more comfortable if we knew that people are holding on to their own money to be safe. It's been rough for everybody the past few years. We do want to make sure everybody in the audience is doing well themselves, too. But amounts that are smaller than $10 are at least a little easier to handle. When people are throwing in things that are like $100 or something, I kind of always want to refund that. And I'm bringing this up because new people here, we're not on Twitch. People who were watching on Twitch, though, would be absolutely familiar with the fact that I refunded nearly like 99% of donations over on Twitch. I would do it all the time. If people donated big enough, I would actually like request to just go get their refund back to them. But I'm not quite sure if I can do that as easily over here, so it's why I at least do want to put it out there for people to understand. I want to make sure everybody else is doing okay. If you want to have a message read here, all you have to do is even type in the chat. You don't necessarily have to have, like, $1 attached to it. I'm just fine to read what people are saying. I don't think anybody should feel inclined to have to spend money on a stream to, like, be seen or noticed or to have a conversation. I'm just fine to do it. But any support here, we do really appreciate it, guys, especially heading into Halloween stuff. I think a lot more is actually going to be on the table after this stream here. So, we do really appreciate it, but with anybody, if you're in a bad spot or something, maybe you donated at one point and then things get a little rough, send me a message about it, and I can probably try to figure out getting your money back to you. Because I do, once again, I want to make sure everybody's doing okay. Chip, I appreciate the $50, especially, I mean, there was no message either. You really didn't have to do that. But it's like, I want to extend that to you as an offer. If in the future you need that money back or something, reach out to me, tell me the name that you used and everything when you did it, and I can try to get it back to you. Thank you, Rubberman202 for $1. No message, but thank you. Thank you, Clone Trooper. They have the Lego Star Wars Clone Trooper avatar. Thank you for $2. They said, hello. Good to hear your voice in my ears. Hopefully it wasn't when I was screaming. I screamed at Air Ride a lot tonight. Not out of anger. No, I was having fun the whole time. But in some cases, it just ended up being really fun playing. The first one with the Hydra was pretty fun. It was fun just repeatedly running the same guy over and backing over his body. I like that in Air Ride, when you hit a Kirby that's not in a vehicle, they go fucking flying. You can fling them like 5 miles across the horizon. It's really nice. I like it. It's a very goofy game. But, yeah, thank you, Clone Trooper. Thank you, Professor Nerdout, for $9.99. They said, hello, Ding Thong. That's not my name. Thank you. Appreciate all the laughs and game discussions you brought over the years. Now I'm gonna yawn. That was in the donation. Random, but please tell me your thoughts. Oh, no, thoughts on. It's always thoughts on. Please tell me your thoughts on... I had a rule over on Twitch. Nobody listened anyways. That was the golden rule, was no one listens anyways. But I did have a rule over on Twitch that thoughts on blank is not a thing I tend to want to answer because usually people go a little too open-ended with it. It could lead into discussions that could go for like hours and hours. But it's okay. Let me keep reading at least to see what the question was. Please tell me your thoughts on the Metal Gear Solid series and playing Snake Eater. See, that is too open of a discussion. When you say thoughts on the series, are you seriously asking me about like every single game? Or just like the ones I played? Or because I've played a lot of them, that's the thing, but I think that's just too long of a discussion is the problem. I like Metal Gear Solid. I like a lot about what it was doing with like its storytelling and everything. It's kind of up and down, and by the end, it's a little bit sad where it was getting, because Snake Eater is phenomenal. 4 is when it starts turning into just a gigantic exposition dump. Yes, the games were never really driven hard by gameplay, but there was at least a bit of a balance going. 4 is where story was kind of deeply becoming the priority, like, entirely. The first game was kind of getting that too. I think someone even counted. There aren't that many enemies in the original Metal Gear Solid. But 5 is also kind of sad that it was unfinished. The things that happened to it happened. Konami's got very troubling history. it's an odd series, and it doesn't help that some of its reputation was even driven by how Konami was handling it. Metal Gear Solid 5 was getting 10 out of 10 reviews, but the game wasn't finished. The team had acknowledged that. They had their frustrations with Konami getting in the way of that. And if people remember the reviews that were coming out for that game when it released, it's because they had a thing going that if you were going to get an early look at it to write a review, you had to specifically go to Konami's headquarters to play it. They had to monitor you, and you basically had to follow all of their guidelines with what your review was going to say, meaning, yeah, those 10 out of 10s don't mean as much now. It's neat what that game was trying to do. There's some fun stuff you can get out of the engine, but it's a shame it didn't get to be like fully realized. It's a shame Konami is what they are. It's even a shame that some Metal Gear Solid stuff is like not exactly accessible. I guess it kind of, maybe it is, maybe private servers, maybe people figured it out. One of the releases of a Metal Gear Solid game had an online multiplayer mode, I remember. It only lasted like a month, and then they stopped doing it. And it seemed like fun. I didn't get to try it. I had a friend who tried it, and he said it was fun. I never got to try it. It was a very limited experience. But yeah, it's a huge series. It's a huge franchise. Be a lot to talk about. I like it, but I'm afraid that's just too open of a conversation. Maybe in the future we can talk more about it though, or if it was like earlier in the stream, maybe I would have had more time. But it is getting very late here, so I can't dedicate too much to that one as a question. Unfortunately, I'm sorry about that. But like I said, maybe in the future stream, maybe I can like stick a pin in that one. We'll talk about it more later. It's a franchise I like a lot. Kojima in general, I like his work. I was a fan of also like Stan. So some pretty poignant storytelling. Everyone brings it up now, but goddamn, yeah, Kojima, you hit the nail on the fucking head about information. He was right. He was right about just information pollution. There's too much of it, and now it's hard to like sift your way through it, find the stuff that's like relevant. I like that about the work that Kojima can even have. That's why also like Suda51, for example, I like a lot of the work that he does. Well, earlier work. Later stuff, he's not getting as much control, and now that he even got control, it seemed like No More Heroes 3 was still kind of having to be forced through. It didn't seem like it got enough of a budget or time. Didn't help that pandemic happened and everything too. But early Suda, I really like his writing for video games. Killer 7 is one I could go back to a bunch of times. I really enjoyed Killer 7. I like when people are doing like very interesting writing for games in that kind of way. That they're observing the world around them, things that people are doing both socially and politically and everything. Just taking all of that in and just offering a bit of like a conversation and an interesting look into all of that. Because even Death Stranding is doing some of that. I need to play Death Stranding, I still haven't played it yet. I know everybody at the time was going, you just walk! Okay. I mean, Metal Gear Solid 4, you're just sitting on a cutscene for about 3 hours. No, I'm actually fine with that even being the mechanic, because that's kind of an interesting system that you're trying not to trip over while, like, carrying things. I think that could function as a game. Why not? But, yeah, I'd be curious about it. I'm wondering what it is as a game. I'm sure it's not something, like, amazing over the top or anything, but I'm curious about it. I'm sure I'd still end up having a fun time with it. Everyone was laughing about Princess Beach, but to me it's like, no, that's genuinely, like, endearing to me as a line. That's the kind of stuff that I love about old video games. It's not a thing I can get mad at. Someone's going, look how stupid this is, and it's like, weren't you just playing the game where the characters were farting on each other last week? I can deal with Princess Beach. It's not that big of a deal. Excuse me, they weren't farting, it was called genital jousting, it was different. Oh no, did it go down again, guys? No way. YouTube, come on, stop. I think it did go down again. Oh, man. Can I, like, refresh or something? What do I do? Work with me, YouTube. Work with me. There we go. There's the chat. There's the chat. Okay. Wow. Wow.
Maybe just take down the stream and then put it back up again.
I kind of don't want to. To me, this is entertaining now. Now I'm getting to go, wow, am I single-handedly, like, just fucking with YouTube's end by doing this stream this long? Okay, let's go longer. Hey, YouTube, how much longer can you handle the stream before the whole thing just has to get deleted? I have never witnessed this before. I don't stream on YouTube. I don't know how this kind of stuff works, to be fair. I didn't think this would happen, though. I've never seen this before. For people that don't know what's going on my side, I had my YouTube studio page crash. Not for any reason. I guess it was just too much stress, too overloaded. I don't get it. But it crashed, and I tried to refresh it, and it couldn't load any of the information. It loaded the YouTube logos and everything, but it couldn't actually load the information on the stream. I just tried it again, and it finally went through here, but during that time I was trying to get it working, the chat wasn't working anymore. This is crazy. I can't believe it. And yeah, it was all of a sudden. It was soon as the stream hit 10 hours, things started getting wonky with it. Really, really unusual, really bizarre, and it's all on YouTube's end. My OBS is fine. I'm looking at my bitrate. OBS is A-okay. It's been running the whole time. I didn't have to restart the stream or anything. This is YouTube. Man. Crazy. Oh, YouTube's got a public threshold of 12 hours. Oh my god. Maybe I don't stream over here. Like I said, I used to do streams that could go up to 20 hours. I used to go up to 40 hours sometimes. I guess there's something that I can't do on YouTube. Selfish. Oh. I didn't know streaming longer was so selfish. I didn't know that's a selfish thing.
No, he was saying you selfish.
Oh.
Like, because you're on YouTube, so you gotta reference...
So you reference YouTube poops. Like when Will said, you selfish.
Yeah. And you're supposed to go, oh!
You selfish. Oh!
Yeah. There you go.
And then he slapped me with his penis. Classic. That would have been such a good ending for an episode of Fresh Prince.
Yeah.
That his dad walks out on him and he just goes, ha ha. Although I do also like in the first Fresh Prince, the guy that stands up for the slow clap and he speeds up rapidly until he's just going way too fast and then the credits start fading in. That's the final shot of the episode. I think my favorite gag is the overuse of 3 years later.
No.
A lot of time has passed. In Fresh Prince 2. We had about, like, 12 years go by. Do you like Will screaming butt every time?
I more prefer when they go, no!
That's pretty good, too. I like the guy warping around the cell, and that Will's just looking around nervously and Carlton is crying. Your grandchildren are going to need grandchildren lawyers! Nope, 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 nope. Thank you, Char Lizard. Wow, that's how kids used to say Charizard. Thank you for $5. Are you scared of spiders? If so, which one? I will have to tell people, if anyone is still super chatting, please stop. I know it's a weird thing to say, and I'm sure any other streamer would probably like grab my mouth right now and go, "What the fuck are you saying? What are you doing?"
You don't have to look at me.
No, I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at you because I can tell you're falling asleep. I'm just worried about you as well because it is late. But no, I'm saying that just because it's like, yeah, I'm sure with most people, it's like, why would you tell people to stop? Because that's not my priority here anyways. I don't even necessarily want people throwing money in. But I'm also requesting it because I'd feel bad for you if you also threw one in here. I know some people maybe are going to do this now just to be like, oh, you're not going to fool me. I'm going to reverse psychology you. I'm going to super chat. I might not read it. I'm going to be reading the last ones on this list here. But any new ones that come in at this point, I'm not going to be able to read because it is getting way too late. And if this stream really does break at 12 hours, we're not going to be able to read all of them. So I am going to have to cut it off in a bit here. I've been reading these for like 6 hours now anyways. Almost 7, I think. So I do have to cut this off. But let me keep going. I'll read a few more. I'm going to get through the last ones that are here. But please, please, please. I do appreciate everybody who's been super chatting. I appreciate everybody who's been coming by. It's just there's been so much that I can't even get through all of it here. Like, it's so late now. I will try to pick up on some of these maybe next time I do a stream here. I'll keep a list open of some of the ones that I still want to tackle. But I do want to give time, obviously. That's what I was saying at the beginning of the stream. I do want to give time to these. That's why this donation reading session has been so long. I don't want to just skim over them. I do want to actually like properly respond to people here. But it is running pretty late, so thank you Stuffy DJ for $5. External hard drive failed last night. Oh my god, with all my ROMs and emulators. Those were ROMs you dumped on your own, right? Stream tonight has made everything go by faster, downloading everything again. Thanks, guys. Those are ROMs that you backed up on your own that you're downloading, right? I kid. Because clearly that's what you meant. Clearly. Emulation is legal. Emulators are fine. Even though Nintendo has probably scared people into thinking they're not. The emulators themselves are okay. Hell, in some cases they've even just been stolen. I remember that Bubsy 1 and 2 on Steam. Those are not actual ports. Is it SNES? I think it is. It's SNES 9X just running ROM files for Bubsy 1 and 2. They didn't get permission to do it, they just did it. Sometimes that even happens. And I remember on the Wii Virtual Console, people were looking through the ROMs, like the header information and everything, and people were becoming suspicious that a couple of the ROMs that Nintendo was listing for the Virtual Console were actually ROMs that people had dumped and posted to ROM sites in the past. That Nintendo sometimes seemed to be listing ROMs that other people had dumped, meaning, Nintendo, where did you get these? We saw that you took down Edge Emu, but hey, or not Edge Emu, sorry, ROM Hustler, which one? There's so many websites. Cool ROM, which website? It was the Emu Paradise. Emu Paradise. You guys took down Emu Paradise, but you didn't go in and like download a bunch of their ROMs while you did that, did you, Nintendo? I'm kidding, because obviously they took that down later, but yeah, Wii Virtual Console, I do remember that being a thing, that people noticed that was like, yeah, some of these ROMs, the header information, the stuff is making it sound like these are just the ROM dumps that specific people already had listed online in the past, and Nintendo was just reusing those. They didn't make their own dumps. What is cool with ROMs, you want legal ROMs? Sega does it. If you buy Sega games on Steam, they'll just give you the ROM file to own permanently, and you can do whatever you want with it. Isn't that cool? That's the way it should work. That's how you should do it. Oh, sure, you have it, and you can just run it through their thing, but do you have a better emulator? Oh, well, here's the ROM. Just go put it in there, then. You own the game now. Why not? Own the ROM file. That's great! That's how it should be! Why can't I just buy ROM files? That's great! It's a good move. Why aren't you streaming on Twitch? Because you're here. You're here on YouTube. Wario, if I was over on Twitch, I wouldn't be able to see your beautiful smiling face. Thank Thank you to, oh god, where are we on this list? Azrafiel Bolsara, thank you for $50. They said, good to see a fresh stream from you. Well, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm not going to be very talkative here. I do feel bad. My mind is becoming sludge. I am starting to get really sleepy. Thank you. $50 is a lot, though. I throw this out there for anybody here on stream today. You don't need to give a lot of money. I'm fine to just read chat and just have conversations. That's why I guess YouTube is not going to be able to handle these streams too well. My streams could go up to 20 to like 40 hours over on Twitch sometimes. I do want to really prioritize reading messages and like conversing with people. I do want to do that for people because I'd feel bad if I, didn't. I'm trying my hardest here. I'm sorry. Thank you, Euclidean Kennedy, for $4.99. They said, hey, Ding Dong, I'm trying to research more about early 2000s gamer culture, especially PC, Sony, Sega. What kind of magazines would you recommend? Any. Really any. That's the thing. A specific magazine isn't going to give you necessarily better insight, because if you've seen old game magazines that I used to stream over on Twitch, a lot of them are just kind of the same form of, like, nonsense. But nonsense in a way of, oh, if you're expecting, like, heavy, like, well-researched, thought-out critique or something. That's not what this is. Old game magazines, I actually explained what an old review would be like. If it was a sequel to a 2D fighting game after Tekken had already come out, they would have a category that would be a little box that said graphics, and they would give it like a 4 out of 10 and go, They wouldn't even say anything. It'd be something like that where they go, harumph. And it's like, what? Audio. Well, there's sound. 3 out of 10. Gameplay kind of plays like the last one. 5 out of 10. That's a lot of old game reviews. But that's why I would say any of them. Just go through anything. It's good to just reference as many of them as you can. You'll see the things that are consistent between them, and those are the things that obviously are like news. Those are the things that are more factual. But you'll probably also see the more subjective side of it, or even get little elements like, it's always fun to read their prediction corner, and then you get stuff in there where it's like, where on earth did you even come up with this? There's a lot of fun to be had looking back at publications, but that's why I'd say any of them. There's no specific one I would point to. Look into a whole bunch of them. But early 2000s, if we're getting into that time period, start transitioning off of magazines, because that is when magazines were not as relevant by the midpoint on that. Start looking into, like, old G4 if you want to really start getting into, like, what the mentality was at the time. That, and look up the Spike TV Video Game Awards. Jeff Keighley is currently running the Video Game Awards, but he also ran the Spike TV ones. He was, like, producer on both. And, yeah, pretty interesting time capsule, I would say, with those. Pretty interesting stuff. I wonder how a lot of the people in it would feel looking back on them now, but yeah, that's what I was saying. A lot of interesting stuff out there, but just go through it all. You don't want to limit yourself. It's better to just broadly, like, research as much as you can, because then you get more and more of a narrative, like, becoming clearer to you. If you surface level it and you just go to, like, Wikipedia or something, you're not going to get enough. You should just be digging around. But there's archives of old game magazines everywhere. Archive.org has so many of them. Retro Mags has a bunch of them. If you want to read old gaming magazines, there's all sorts of sites to go to if you want to get them. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Bubby, $5. They said, hi, Ding Dong and Julian. I love your stuff, and I was wondering, what Halloween games would you recommend? Huh? I'm not going to do an impression of Bubby.
Do an impression of Bubby.
I'm not going to do an impression of Bubby the Whale at like 6:49 a.m. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be able to do it.
Knuckles!
I guess that's pretty accurate. It's like the one thing she always says. Or she'd say, don't you teach my baby any of that, Knuckles. It's always stuff like that. It's too bad. She was fun, and I was sad that they were, like, throwing her off to the side more. It was getting frustrating that it became just a loop of that. that it would be Captain Knuckles telling Flapjack,
Hey, Flap, me boy! Let's go kill ourselves!
and then he excitedly runs over to Bubby and says,
The captain wants us to go drown ourselves.
"What? Baby, don't listen to him!" And it's like, come on, you do this every time. It is like a loop that they keep getting into over and over again. There's not much progress being made. And Knuckles' suggestions are even just like as blunt as that sometime. The best episode of Flapjack was the wishing one, the one with the mermaid. It's a very up and down show. I never feel like it ever reached its true potential, what it could have been as a show. Had a lot of writers. I mean, a lot of names that you recognize from other shows getting early starts there with Flapjack. But, why am I talking about Flapjack? It's because you want me to do a Bubby impression. The person's name was Bubby, but I don't think it's related to Flapjack. Yeah, but they said, what are games for the Halloween spooky season? We'll show you on Halloween. Because I think a couple of games there, I did mention it earlier on stream, a few of the games that we're going to be playing, I've been familiar with them for like a long time. But I looked it up because I figured, like, okay, at this point, these are all, like, done to death, right? It's been so long with platforms like YouTube and Twitch and everything now. I'm sure some of these games have been, like, done to death. No, there's a couple where I was actually surprised that nobody's really mentioned them much before. So we've got some games coming for Halloween, if you want to have some good recommendations. We'll just have to wait on that, though. But, I can always recommend Illbleed, I guess, if you've never played it. It's very frustrating to play, but, man, it sure is one of the most Halloween experiences I can think of in a video game. If you love horror movies, boy, it's very good at capturing a lot of how, like, old props and everything would look. It's really detailed with its texture work and everything, too. Good presentation on a lot of stuff in it. Good monsters. I wouldn't say it's genuinely scary, but this is coming from somebody who's usually pretty numb to, like, horror material anyways. Usually, it's kind of interesting. We were watching that. We were watching I talked about it earlier on stream. There's an anime called Atashinchi. A lot of episodes of it have been uploaded to YouTube recently. And it's fun enough. It's like a tamer version of Shin-chan. It's just a, small family that's just exploring the lives of. But in one episode, they all go into a haunted house, and when they come out of the haunted house at the end, all the kids are excited, saying like, oh, see, isn't it fun? That's why you go to places like this, because it's so fun to get scared. I'm glad that there are people like that, because I'm sure some people in chat, if I asked here, I'm sure some people would say, yeah, that's what I like about horror. It's thrilling to be scared in that kind of way. And that you get startled and everything, but you can still have the comfort of knowing, like, you're fine through all of it. It just gets to be something kind of exciting. But I feel like the vast majority of people, that's not where they fall in. I feel like it's either one way or the other, that it's you really appreciate horror aesthetics, but they don't scare you in any way. You're not getting a thrill from it, necessarily. It's just, you really like that stuff. Or you're absolutely terrified of it, and you don't even want to see it, and you're going to get angry if people try to even get you near horror. I feel like those two areas are really common. The middle, where you get scared, but you're excited to get scared, doesn't seem as common. It's definitely a thing for people. But that's why on my own end, I can't recommend, like, what would be scary. Because, I wouldn't know. I feel like some standard games that I just enjoy, I'd probably have people coming in to be like, this game's really uncomfortable, and be like, is it? I never felt that way before, but okay. That's an interesting thing to keep in mind, I guess. So I wouldn't really know what to suggest when it comes to horror. Just look up whatever indie horror game comes out a week before Halloween and everyone starts playing, I guess. There's one every year, isn't there? I'm joking a bit with that, but yeah. There's a lot of good games out there, and our Halloween stream we will be showcasing some, so maybe that can give you some suggestions. Thank you, Scuzzy, for $2. Kicked out of the army for shooting worms. I don't get it, but thank you. Thank you, TJ Slash, for $5. Haha, made you look. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Oh, you've done it now. Oh, you've done it now. Thank you. Thank you, Space Bakery, $5. Did you mention the Halloween hoodies? Oh. Well, we were gonna wait, but I guess you just revealed it to everybody. Did you know there's Halloween hoodies, everybody? No, I'll wait. Thank you, Space Bakery. This is the problem with being tired. I'm going to start reading, like, things I don't understand, or I'm going to start reading things where I probably should just hold off on reading it, like that one. I should have just held off on reading that one. I wanted to, like, leave that a bit more as a thing for people, that once we had the thing ready to post, we were going to post it, and that would be people being exposed to it. We did poll people about it, so understandable, but yeah, I wanted to wait on that one. Thank you for the $5, Space Bakery. But yeah, we probably won't be talking about that until, like, we post the images for it. We gotta wrap this up. Goes on a tangent for 15 minutes. Yeah, welcome. Once again, welcome. You're absolutely not original with that comment, but you're new, so everyone makes it eventually. But no, that's what it was like on Twitch as well. Look at you saying you're trying to wrap up, and then you're still reading donations. That's what I do. Welcome. No, I'm not the kind of person that tends to skim over these. I do like reading them, and I do like giving people at least like a proper response. It feels wrong, especially when so many people are being supportive and so many people are giving so much. It just feels wrong. It doesn't feel good at all that it's like, here's all of this, and that you're just gonna like lend maybe 1 or 2 words to them. I think it's important to read through these, and sometimes they do lead into interesting conversations. I can't help myself sometimes. It does. But that's why I said I'm trying to speed up here. Thank you, Mika Spence, for, oh, weird. I don't even know what this is. What is that symbol? Like A50, whatever that is. And then they used, like, a little animated thing that says a super sticker. I'm not sure what that is, but, thank you. And Mr. Pikmin used one, too, for $10, and it's, like... I can't see that well at all. Oh, no, and I tried to, like, zoom in on it, and it didn't let me. It looks like a game controller flexing, and it says level plus above it. Thank you, Sosa King, for $5. I'm sorry. Yeah, someone just threw in a super chat. I'll just say thank you, our Dreamcatcher, for $5, but I'm not going to be able to read what that one is because I did tell people, please do not do super chats at this point. I need to wrap these up. I'm sorry. Once again, I know most people would be like, what? How are you? Why would you deny that? Because once again, that's not what the priority is here. That's why I said the same thing too. I know I'm taking a long time to read these, but that's because I'm choosing to do that. I do want to read these. I do want to, like, once again, properly respond to people. It'd feel wrong not to. And you guys sometimes do have very interesting things to ask or have cool conversations to bring up. But that is what I've also said. You don't have to do super chats for that. I'm also just fine to read the chat. People don't have to give money for that kind of thing. That's why I offer refunds all the time, too, over on Twitch. And when I say offer, I mean I just do it constantly, even if people say no. I do want people to be okay on their own end. Thank you, Sosa King, though, $5. I'm glad to see you two seem to be in a very good place. You're very chill on stream, and it's super cool. Also, play Neon White. Yeah, it's a lot of people bringing up that Neon White game. I wonder why, back to back. Thank you. Yeah, no, it was a good stream here today. It was a lot of fun. YouTube is a very laid-back environment. The only thing that I don't like about it is I can't do long streams, I guess, because it breaks YouTube. So I gotta hurry. Thank you, Anti-Eulogy. Thank you for 99 cents, and they just a little tiny dog. Thank you. Thank you for this tiny dog. I will put him in my pocket. Thank you, Mojin, for $2. Hi, played Pikmin with my GF today for the first time. What'd they think of it? Hopefully you both had fun. First time experience in Pikmin's a wild one, so I wonder what they thought. But thank you for the $2. Thank you, Boys Hub Ultra for $4.99. Hey, Ding Dong, have you considered allowing editing commissions? I think you have a really unique editing style that a lot of tubers lack. I would not want to. I would not. Yeah. Of all things that I'd like to be doing, I'd like to be doing things that are like more creatively driven. I don't think I just want to be adding onto YouTube content is the thing. And even then, I lost a lot of passion for video editing over the years. I think just being in so many stressful positions and having our lives kind of like go up and down so many times. I think in general video stuff, like I have been having more and more of like a burnout with. I've picked up on a lot. I think I've developed a lot. Hell, with the Halloween stream we're doing, I'm not even using like video editing software for a lot of it. I'm literally writing my own software at this point just to generate certain things for it. But I don't think it's a thing I would necessarily want to do on commission. I don't think it's a thing I would want to like look into very heavily. The thing is, I also feel like that's probably what a lot of people would just want out of me anyways. Because to be fair, most people don't care about the things that we are doing individually. It's more about attachment to other work. I wouldn't be surprised if that would be like a sudden thing for people that it's like, oh, well, now there's interest because you can add on to my thing. It's like having the kinds of people that show up because they're hoping to like get you on a podcast or something over and over again. I wonder if some people were like waiting for that as an opportunity, maybe. I have had people asking me in the past if I would do like editing work for them. I've helped friends before. And that's the thing with friends, I'm cool for it. I'm just helping friends. When it's a job, it's different. Especially when it's a commission, it's different. It changes it a lot, the way that it would work. That's why with friends, I didn't care. It's for friends. It gets to be fun then. You're just, talking it out and having a normal relation with that. But yeah, when it's for like clients and everything, it's totally different. And I wouldn't even be surprised. I've only like had rotten experiences with commissions. Julian has had a lot of experiences with commissions, and they've been pretty up and down too. They can get pretty bad when they're down. On my own end, I've had some pretty rotten experiences with that kind of thing too in the past. So it's like, I could easily see that going wrong too, with how many YouTubers are the kinds of people where it's like, oh yeah, I know I said I would pay you, but what I meant was with exposure. That happens so often. I feel like you would inevitably run into somebody that would promise you something that they would not deliver on. I don't trust a lot of people. They're like up and coming on these platforms in a lot of cases too. Some people do feel like they fully prioritize themselves and kind of tune out everyone else. It seems to come with some of this content. And that's why I'm fine to do it for friends. I'm fine to help friends with stuff. I don't know if they're still using it, but like Man Ryan's Patreon, for example, I helped them lay that out. They gave me assets, and I was trying to like break it apart for them and get it into the editor for them. Although they did change the editor for Patreon after that went up. But I've helped friends with things before. The donation counter software I wrote, a lot of people were using that back at the time because there weren't many tools for that, so I just shared it between a lot of my own friends. I'm fine to do stuff for friends. It's just, yeah, I don't know if I'd want to do commissions on that kind of thing. I already lost a lot of trust for people over the years anyways, doing a lot of this stuff online. So I feel like the area where I was losing that trust is not where I want to be seeking out commissions. But thank you for at least like the suggestion. The thing is, I also feel like people would be impatient with it. Because in some cases, if I do want to like go all out with something, I might put more than like a day into it. I might put like a couple of days into it. I'm fine to like stay up that entire time, not go to bed during it. But sometimes I will do that. It's like, no, I want to really guarantee on this one. I'm going to go like further with it if I can. Thank you, Colton Waters, for $4.99. Glad that you guys are doing well. Would love to see Julian play Pikmin 2 on stream sometime if he's ever up to it. He's done it before. Over on Twitch, he's done it a few times, I think. But yeah, he probably will in the future. Thank you, Foolash. You're not foolish. Thank you for $5, I think. And they asked again about the donkey thing. Yeah, once again, believe me, I've heard. I've heard. You don't need to repeat. Once again, though, I will say, guys, there are publishers that aren't YouTubers. You don't have to bring up a publisher to me only because it's a YouTuber. And I don't know YouTubers either. A lot of people assume I'm like, I know a lot of people. I don't. I really don't. I'm familiar with Donkey, but I don't know Donkey, and I've never spoken to Donkey, and I don't know a lot about Donkey. I appreciate that people are trying to throw in a suggestion, but yes, I've heard. You don't need to keep doing it. I don't need to keep hearing. It's okay. We already have some like publishers lined up, and that's what we're going to do. But thank you. Thank you, Eddie, for $9.99. Hey, DD and Jules, hope you are doing great. Have you seen the film Everything Everywhere All at Once? No, and I've had people recommend it. I actually don't know what it is. I haven't looked into it. I think Julian's more familiar with it, but if you're hearing him snoring in the back right now, he actually just fell asleep, so I can't ask him. That's why I need to wrap up. Thank you, Hyperspeed Fox, for $10. Glad to see you here, despite YouTube's own quirks. Have a good evening. I mean, unfortunately, all of these platforms have quirks at this point. You could easily do some of this stuff on your own. Like, I was talking about it. At one point, I offered to people that I said, like, if YouTube's going to be stingy about this Halloween stream, and I can't upload it to YouTube, I'll just put, like, I don't know, like a video player on the website that I have already. I'll just, like, host it somewhere. I'll just have a video player built in, and people could just watch it there. You don't have to, you can just download it there. You don't have to worry about ads. There doesn't have to be pop-ups. There doesn't have to be anything to get in the way. It could just literally be the video file right there for you. I'd be fine to just offer that to people. But when you do that, you're losing out on monetization. You're losing out on so many of these options. You don't have an algorithm trying to recommend you to people. When you do that kind of thing, you are really limiting yourself only to the people who are aware of you currently. And that's why these platforms partially exist. It is exposure is like part of it. But that is the thing, is on my own end, I don't really care about that anyways. And that's why Twitch was somewhere I was streaming so much. YouTube is so stingy that I didn't want to like actually come over here and just water down the things I wanted to do. On Twitch, I was doing stuff like VHS streams. We have a lot of old videotapes that we were just watching on stream and talking over while watching them. I don't think YouTube would really let me do that. Maybe in some cases, depending on what it is, but I feel like in other cases they're going to do auto detections or make claims that, you know, get the whole thing taken down for some fair use situation. YouTube can be pretty bad. But, oh, I think the game crashed again. It's always at the same spot. Yeah, all these platforms tend to have quirks because of these things. They're prioritizing business, they're prioritizing a lot of these areas, so it's a bummer, but it's a thing. Something that should be very straightforward isn't. People were using Shoutcast back in the day. People were hosting their own radios through the internet, then people were streaming just directly to each other. There's a lot of options for that kind of thing, streaming. But obviously, once again, the whole point is supposed to be, you know, wide exposure. It's supposed to be a platform that's easily accessible. It's supposed to be a place that most people are going to go, so if you're posting your content there, it's going to be seen. That's what the benefit of a lot of these platforms are supposed to be. And that's why getting features stripped off all the time or inconveniences being introduced. Oh, it makes total sense, doesn't it? Because that's not what their priority is. They feel like you need them when, in truth, they need you. And it gets into a lot of weird situations with that. So, yeah, YouTube's got its problems. So does Twitch. So do a lot of these places. None of them are perfect. And I wouldn't say any of them are necessarily great either. None of them are very good. But they're here, and they exist, and at least on YouTube's end, some new changes are going towards improvement. On Twitch's end, some new changes are going for making things way worse. But one thing's for sure, this stream here tonight went pretty well. I had a good time on YouTube. Thank you, Paul Parsons, for $9.99. My boyfriend had the stream on when I visited him. It also got pushed into my YouTube recommended. YouTube definitely helps in being noticed. I guess so. Thank you for bringing that up. Because, yeah, it's what I was wondering. We had so many people today coming in saying, like, I didn't know you guys streamed. I think this proved it. Us being on Twitch, it was so off to the side that people had no clue. People didn't even know we were over there. Because, yeah, we've been doing streams for like 6 years. We've been doing stuff for a long time. I mean, more than 6 years, even. But that's the thing, yeah, we've been doing stuff for a long time. I think because I was over on Twitch, a lot of people just didn't know, or people weren't looking over. Having it over here on YouTube, I think, helped people, probably. So that's why I'm going to consider it for future streams in some cases. Thank you, North, and they have a little Club Penguin avatar. Thank you for $1.99. Hello and good night, gang. I only have 50 letters to... Oh, is that how it works? They limit how many letters you can type? I didn't know that. Thank you again, Miss Ebola, $5. Had to sleep, so not sure if you saw my previous message. What's your thoughts on the port forwarding thing Nintendo posted for Splatoon? Why do you have to ask thoughts on that? I think it's really straightforward. It doesn't always have to be phrased thoughts on. You could just say, did you see the post that Nintendo made about the port forwarding thing? And then I would go, yeah, I talked about it earlier in stream. You fell asleep. You weren't here for it, but no, I talked about it. That's been their solution in a few previous instances because Nintendo doesn't care. It's very silly that they're just telling people forward every single port because we're not going to do anything there. But yeah, that's it. There's not a lot to say there. But you don't have to frame it that way. Everybody who wants to like ask questions, you don't have to frame it as thoughts on. Thoughts on, I think, is the absolute worst phrasing because it's just way too open. And I don't blame people. It does seem like that's probably just streamer language. It's just a thing people have gotten used to. But on my own end, I'm not like typically a streamer here. I don't keep up with a lot of this, and that's why when I see that, I do take that very directly, and it's like, that's just so open-ended, though. Thoughts on... What kind of thoughts? But that's why I was saying, that one, there's not even a lot to really say. No, it's silly. Anyone who saw the post and they understand what port forwarding is and everything, they know why that's silly. Nintendo is just telling someone, oh yeah, just go make yourself as vulnerable as possible, because we don't know what's going on. It's silly. But they've done this numerous times. Splatoon 3 is not the first time. Thanks, Fat Ogre Bouncer Man, for €2. Ever play KOF 15 or any other KOF game? Yes on the last one, no on 15, but I want to try 15, because 15 looks fun, and it looks like more fun than 14 was. Although, favorite KOF was probably 98, but the updated version of 2002 isn't too bad. I would not go for Vanilla. Vanilla 2002 was a very common recommendation back in the day, but it's not handled by the original team. The music is actually pretty low quality in it. It's super buggy. I think people liked it because it was a Dream Match game and it had some of the newer characters in it. But I always preferred 98. And Ultimate Match for 98 is so good. There's so much content in there. And they're doing rollback for 98 now, aren't they? KOF 98 with rollback? By the way, really fast games, KOF, because you do short jumps and everything. That'll be cool. No, I like King of Fighters. I've always liked it. For a while, I was much more into SNK fighters than Capcom fighters. I shouldn't even say for a while. I think I still am. Not mechanically. I think some Capcom fighters, I absolutely prefer how they play to SNK fighters. But some SNK fighters I am really into. Mark of the Wolves is fantastic, for example. Mark of the Wolves is kind of nuts if you've watched competitive play. You want to see a fighting game where there's strong neutral going on? Mark of the Wolves is nuts for that. You will seriously have a lot of fights just being two players right there in each other's faces, trying to feel each other out because anything could be turned around on each other. It's a lot of fun as a game, Mark of the Wolves. It's very, very good. But yeah, I like King of Fighters. I've always liked it as a series. And in terms of story and characters, King of Fighters is way more interesting to me than Street Fighter. I think SNK's biggest strength is writing really good characters. Even if their designs maybe are not the most interesting to some people, they always make up for it with like how strong they are as people, as actual characters. They're very good at having like interactions between everybody off to the side. And even fun promotional art back in the day. I think of the ones where it's like all the King of Fighters characters are getting into a van together, and it's just a photograph of a van, but then they're all illustrated inside getting in to go to a party together. I forget, is it the 98 soundtrack where it's the illustration of like everybody wearing suits at a party, sipping drinks? They always have a lot of fun with how they utilize their characters, SNK. They've got a very, very, very fun like canon and universe. And then a lot of their universes are connected. Metal Slug's attached to a lot of them, which is neat. Thank you, CD2220. Thank you, $10. Thanks for the cozy stream, fellas. No problem, but you need to head to bed. It's very late. But thank you. Thank you, a dandy guy. Thank you for $1.99. No message, but thank you. And then sent another one with a message. Thank you for $4.99. They said, so glad I could tune in. I don't do this enough, and y'all are getting me through my animation midterm. Big thanks, guys. Love your discussions. Thank you, and, well, be sure to save some. You didn't give a lot here, at least. But be sure to save some for yourself, because I don't want you to, like, go into even more debt or anything. I want you to be okay for yourself. That goes for everybody here. Always keep that in mind if anyone's going to be doing a super chat here. I want you to think about yourself first before you click the thing for it. Are you in a good spot financially? Are things going well for you right now? Are there any potential emergencies that could come up in the future? Are there things you're not sure of? If any of that was a yes, maybe don't do a super chat. But in general right now, just don't do it. But in the future too. I do want people to be okay. I want you guys to be doing all right. I want to be sure everyone else is going to be like able to get through things too. That's why I always offer refunds to people if they need them as well. Unfortunately with these, I don't think I can refund them through YouTube. I think it would have to be a process of, it has to come through like whenever it comes through. It's probably like a month later or something. But if anyone is ever in a spot like that, just reach out to me. On Twitch, I give refunds on like literally every single donation. It's not a new thing for me. I'm fine to do it for people, but I want to make sure everybody's all right. But thank you, a dandy guy. Thank you, Mr. What It Ain't. Uh-oh. What It Is. Thank you for $20. P off topic, but what's your opinion on Civ 5 and the Civ franchise as a whole? Or, no, Civ 6. Sorry, it got cut off. I didn't play Civ 6, and I haven't played Civilization in a while. I played it when I was younger, but yeah, I haven't played it in a while. So I don't have anything to really say there. Sorry. They said, I recently started playing. It's one of the only turn-based strategy games I've enjoyed playing. Best wishes to you and Julian. Thank you. But yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have a lot I can say there. I haven't played it. But thank you. Thank you for the $20. Maybe I should revisit it at some point. I always liked Civilization when I was younger. I had fun with it. Maybe I should look into what the new one's like. Thank you, Jovial Mantis, for $5. Are you guys normally night owls? My end, yes. Not usually Julian. Julian's not very good at staying up for too long. My end, when I was doing work at like my peak point, I was staying up for like 48, 72 hours at a time just doing work before finally going to bed. And then probably sleeping for like 10, 11 hours because you have to make up for some of it. And then just getting back to work again. I was very used to barely getting any sleep and then staying up for a long time and just doing a lot of work. As I'm getting older here, it's not as sustainable, but I still stay up for a while doing work and everything. Typically it's because I get anxious. I think about things I could still be doing, and it's like, well, I'm not asleep yet. Maybe I can still work in a little bit more. But Julian, yeah, he doesn't stay up super late. He stays up a little bit late, but not too late. Thank you, Bath Salt 641. There's a name. No avatar either. Well, thank you, $4.99. Hey, Ding Dong, glad you are in high spirits. Looking forward to the Halloween stuff you fellas have planned. Going to sleep soon, so have a good one. Thank you, Bath Salts 641. What does the 641 stand for? Does it stand for 641 different bath salts? Thank you, Exodia, the Forbidden One, for $4.99. Hey dudes, thanks for playing my favorite childhood game of all time. Here's a small bit of support for your future projects. Oh my god, Exodia. I figured you would have liked Yu-Gi-Oh! I didn't know you liked Kirby Air Ride. But thank you. Thank you, Bubbles, for $5. They said, finally able to catch you on here since Twitch's notif system is garbage. I guess so. People did tell me in, like, one of the last streams it wasn't even notifying them I was streaming anymore. So, yeah, I guess. Man. But they said, love the stream and listening to late night combos. Well, thank you, and have a good night yourself. I recommend that to everybody here. You probably all should be heading to bed soon here. Thank you, Papa Hurl for $3. They used a little face. Thank you. I can't really make it out too well, but thank you. It looks like a cat. Thank you, Jack Richardson, for 2 GBP. They said, Ding Dong and Julian's 8-hour special. Hey, That was a few hours ago. Now it's almost 12 hours. Thank you, a warm toilet seat for $2. Doug Funny and unchecked. I don't think I can say that on YouTube. A good attempt at a shock joke, though. You did say a profanity. Thank you, a warm toilet seat. I guess with a name like that. But thank you for $2. You also didn't spell Doug Funny right. Remember, his name is supposed to, backwards, it's supposed to be good enough. Thank you, Captain Tunnel, for $50. That's a lot of money. It said no refunds necessary, love you. Thank you, Captain Tunnel, but in the future, if you do ever need that back, just keep it in mind. Just reach out to me. Make mention of when this was and everything, the name you used, I can get it back to you. I appreciate it, but that is a lot of money. But thank you, Captain Tunnel. Thank you, Romero, for Hello. Thank you, Romero, for $5. You should watch the Teacher's Pet movie. I've seen the Teacher's Pet movie. We have it on DVD. They sing the song about all the different states. And then he gets killed at the end of the movie. And there's... that game... It's a weird movie, isn't it? It's a very weird movie that came through Disney. It's entertaining, though, is the thing. The show, going back to it, wasn't that great, but the movie's pretty entertaining. It doesn't hold back. It's got a little more going on with, like, slapstick, mean-spiritedness. It's a fun one. It's a bizarre one, but it's a fun one. Thank you to, Johnny MP for $10. You ever get into Mugen Fighter Maker? You mean just Mugen, right? Or are you asking Mugen, Fighter Maker? Because Fighter Maker does exist. But no, I used Mugen when I was younger. Mugen was super impressive. It was the coolest thing ever. But then that was what eventually led me into wanting to like make fighting game engines on my own, because it's like, okay, all this stuff is cool, but there are limits here with what you can do with Mugen. I wonder what it'd be like just making your own engine, so you can be more flexible and get more things opened up to you, more control. Because Mugen is still, so much of it is like shrouded in mystery, Elec and everything, who they are, where source codes and everything are at. Because people always wanted the original source code for Mugen, that it was like, yeah, come on, because then we could like give it online play and everything, we do all this stuff with it, we could like mod it to hell and back. But yeah, Mugen I was into when I was younger. And it's still a cool thing. I'm glad Salty Bet exists. It's really entertaining. But thank you. Thank you, Steve Nobody, for $2. Favorite Persona game? That's actually a little bit tough. Because I think a lot of people probably just end up saying 4, but I don't know if I would. I like 4, but there's a lot about 3 I do enjoy. There's some things about 3 I don't enjoy, but then with the updated versions they did of 3, they actually improved on it in a lot of ways. It kind of made up for that. But I do actually have something there for the first 2 Persona games. Specifically Persona 2, there's like some stuff in there I like. I don't know. That's a tough one. And I will say Persona 5, I actually have not played through yet. I've played a little bit of it, but I have not played through the whole game yet. I would have to find time to really set aside. That's part of the reason why I didn't. I don't have that much time. I have time sometimes to play games every once in a while. The perfect one for me right now has been House of the Dead. House of the Dead, I ended up getting a Sinden light gun. If people want to play light gun games on their PC, look up the Sinden light gun. It's on Indiegogo. There's other ones out there too. I know I think there's one called like Aim Track or something. There's a few different light gun brands out there. But that's the hook, like that's the gimmick of this one. It's a light gun that's supposed to work on any display because of how it functions. It's just a camera, and it's a camera looking for very brightly exposed boxes. So you can custom tailor your settings and everything to match up with your monitor and everything, but once you got it set up right, it works great. You just need to get it set up right. If you don't get it set up right, it's really, really messy. It takes a long time to get set up, but once it's right, it's right. And playing House of the Dead, the reason I've been doing it is, House of the Dead literally takes like 20 minutes to play through. It doesn't take any time at all. That's very easy for me, that if I'm taking a break from work, I can play it, like an entire playthrough of it, and then go back to work. I did hit it recently. I need to start probably recording my playthroughs, because that's what Julian even said was, if I'm starting to exceed 100,000 points, I think I need to start recording them, because that is getting into, like, where, like, records are at currently. They're beyond 100,000. Me hitting 100,000 isn't that big of a deal. The record right now, I think, is like 117,000 or something in House of the Dead 1. I forget where it's at. It's a pretty high score. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get that high up. But my personal goal was I wanted to hit 100,000 points in it, because as of, like, only until recently, 100,000 didn't seem like it could be possible. But people figured out so many little tricks and neat things that you can do in House of the Dead 1 that, no, it is. You can exceed 100,000 points, and when you do it, it breaks the high score list. It doesn't display the final digit, because clearly they didn't think scores could actually go that high. People even wrote, like, a custom script that you can apply to the ROM file to fix that if you want, that it displays your score correctly. It's cool that there's even that. There's a lot of support around it. A lot of people doing high score stuff around it, even currently. Really fun game to play, but that's why I've been playing it. 20 minutes. Persona 5, I could definitely not find the time for. I would not be able to do that. I don't have the time for that. We're barely hanging on month to month in a lot of cases, so time lost is a pretty big deal. That's why with streams, like, I have to be careful about when I do them too. Because I want to make sure I'm not cutting into work schedule too much, or I do have, like, a good moment set up for all of it. Ooh, sorry. Stomach. Guess that's from going so long. Thank you, Chad B. $5. They said, love your work and happy to catch at least some of the stream. I'm sorry it was all the dialogue at the end. I'm sorry you guys didn't get to see, like, the Kirby stuff. But yeah, like I said, I have a tough time with this stuff. I have a tough time with it too on Twitch. It feels wrong to me to read these things and just not give them proper time. I do want to dedicate time to, like, reading messages that people send in. Thing is, when they keep coming in, then it becomes difficult, because now the list is growing and you have to keep going. But next time I stream something over here on YouTube, I'll try to figure it out a bit better so I can streamline this a bit more. So instead of maybe reading donations for 8 hours, maybe it could just be 1. I'll see if I can do a bit better. Thank you to StickFuzz3 for $5. They said, sad I missed Air Ride, but Guilty Gear keeps popping up, and I'm super curious. What characters do you tend to gravitate towards in Accent Core? Accent Core. Glad you asked that, because that's, like, more open choices there who I like. Slayer is who I was using originally, but I will say I did start warming up to Milia a little bit, just because the movement is so goddamn fun. I can't help it. Being able to instant air dash back and forth and be a royal pain to everybody, that they have to guess so many things because you're moving so fast and so erratically. It is super fun. But I was having a lot of fun with Slayer too. His 6P is ludicrous, and it's just fun to break through things with. It's fun that somebody's setting up all these big things to drop onto you, and you finally find your opening and just punch them right out of all of it. And just apply a shit ton of damage onto them since you got a counter hit. Slayer's a lot of fun to use. Milia's a lot of fun to use. Jam's actually pretty fun to use. I was always into her playstyle, but honestly, before AC plus R, when it was Reload, I was using Robo-Kai. I really liked how Robo-Kai worked in Reload. He was pretty viable, he worked pretty well in there, and not just that, I love the idea of how he functioned, that he had a temperature gauge. You had to manage, like, if you were overheating or not. And that was so cool. So with Robo-Kai, certain moves he does, they make his temperature go up. If his temperature goes up, his color palette changes and he starts flashing red to indicate he's overheating. Certain moves blow off steam, and those moves get powered up the more that you're overheating. So if you deliberately make your temperature go all the way up and then use those moves, you get super strong moves off of it, and it came from you managing that meter really well. It was so much fun to think around. I really liked playing as Robo-Kai. Not to mention his tension gauge, the gains that you get for that, it doesn't come from you moving towards the opponent, it's you putting a mat on the ground. So you can set up really crazy combos with Robo-Kai thanks to that. Putting mats out during combos, if you can figure out good situations for it, it's nuts what he can chain together. I didn't think you could link together, like, every single one of his overdrives back to back, but no, you can do it. It's crazy what you can do. Not to mention his missile was, like, really hard to tech out of in the air. There was a lot of stuff that made Robokai super fun. Kind of like Nago now. No, not like Nago at all. Because Nago's thing is you have to manage that meter, and if you're just careless about it, you're going to get, like, kind of just penalized by it. It's a different kind of management. Nago is be careful because you could really screw yourself over. With Robokai, yes, you could screw yourself over, but if you knew what you were doing even a little bit, you weren't going to. It's very easy to manage that meter. You could reset it so easily, and it benefited you if you were good at reading it. If you knew the right moments for it, oh, it was huge, huge, huge benefit. Nago's great, but Nago's great for all sorts of other reasons. That's the thing. Robokai's temperature gauge is a bit different. It was something you had to think around a lot differently because, yeah, the way that it went up was dependent on certain actions. Certain normals would even do it. I'm trying to remember what it was. It wasn't a 6P, was it? It wasn't really just a 6P, but it was 6 something one of his buttons that was the one that just blew steam out of his body. He puts his arms out and blows steam out. And if he's overheating and he does it, it's not steam that comes out of him, it's just fire that comes out of him, so it does a ton of damage. It's really, really good. And you can figure out how to chain into that stuff. Older Guilty Gear was great about just giving huge, long, flexible combo routes thanks to the Gatling system. I am sad that Strive decided to do away with most of the Gatling charts. I liked having block strings that varied. When a character only has one block string, it kind of makes them easy to deal with. Some characters in Strive, I'm not worried about ever playing against because they literally only have one block string and I know what to anticipate every time. It's nice having Gatlings. It's nice having choice. I hope maybe in the future they add some more. I feel like the way Gatlings used to work, it was so opened up anyways that someone who didn't know how to play Guilty Gear could probably do combos without trying. Strive actually kind of made it a little bit harder in some cases thanks to the Gatling changes. It is interesting for that. I get why they would think that made things easier. There's less to have to, keep in mind. And like I said, some characters only really have one block string to really rely on. But whatever. I don't want to get into a long nerdy discussion about Guilty Gear here. I could go for hours on that. Twitch, I already had way too many problems with that, and I'm like talking to only 2 people out of the entire chat that even know what I'm talking about. Well, no, Naughty, that's actually not correct. That COVID doesn't have to do with them removing Gatlings. Gatlings getting removed wasn't, there isn't time to have these. Gatlings are, because I'm calling them Gatlings, maybe that makes it sound like, it's like a mechanic they have to make assets for and it needs time. No, seriously, all Gatlings were. It was the system in Guilty Gear that allowed you to cancel moves into other moves. And for most characters, the way it worked was punch can go into kick can go into slash can go into hard slash. That was kind of standard across almost all of the characters. And it was useful. It was handy. Punch would scale your damage back so hard that you weren't going to get good combos off of a punch if that was how you're finding your opening. But you could still chain into things and just get some weak damage off of it. Some characters in Strive, they don't really have things to do off of it. They just have to cancel it into a special and leave it at that. That's why I'm saying that it's like, it's not really a budget thing or a time constraint thing. It was a deliberate decision. They changed the Gatling charts because they wanted the game to be easier. I think they figured by having less complicated block strings and less variety with them, as well as giving the players less choice, it would make combos easier to learn because there's less to have to pick up on. There's only a few paths you can take, so you're not going to think it's too wide open and it's like impossible to study. I think they did it for like accessibility reasons, but I honestly feel like having more open Gatlings was more accessible. Yeah, even someone just said people modded it into Strive in like a few days. It wasn't difficult. No, I wouldn't imagine it to be. It's a very basic thing to mod in. People were doing a lot of interesting Strive mods. They put in Sin. That was cool. They got them like fully functional and everything. That was neat. There's some pretty cool mods for Strive. Okay, that's nice, Julian. Not this Julian, the one that's asleep in bed right now, but the one that said, "I'm worried about you. You're still streaming when I woke up." Yeah, once again, welcome to one of these streams. I'm sorry if it's unfamiliar, but no, I tend to go for a while reading like donations and everything. Nice thing is, your fears can be put to rest because I just got through this list. There were some super chats that came in at the end. Unfortunately, I did have to give a warning there. I'm sorry, guys. I can't keep going reading these. I have been doing it for like 8 hours now. Thank you all for coming by. I will try to read the ones that I missed next time. Because I think I will try another stream over here on YouTube. Environment was a lot better. It was a fun time. It was a good stream. Things were a lot more lax. Things were a lot more tame. Yeah, I didn't have a bad time over here. And once again, I joked about it with Julian. I was like, watch as this ends up just being a better experience than Twitch, and maybe we just should have been doing this the whole time. Watch as this could have been like a solution to things. I don't think it really is that, but it is kind of funny after the stream to realize, huh, actually, yeah, it sort of was an improvement in a lot of ways. Streaming over here kind of was better in a lot of ways. A lot of people who were looking for a while for what we were up to finally realized where we were because we streamed here and people actually got to see it and it was put in front of them. The environment, like I said, it was a lot more laid back. People seemed to be having a good time. I had a good time. I wasn't stressed the entire stream, like I said. Over on Twitch, it usually gets a lot more hectic, but no, not tonight. It was a pretty good night. Even the weirdest thing that came up on stream wasn't that weird. Just ended up playing out like a conversation. I guess somebody tried to like do a bait donation name, but like even that was tame. That didn't matter at all, and it wasn't even a bait. There's no real like anything that came off of it. No, it was just kind of a good time. I might consider coming back over here on YouTube and try more streams in the future. Not for everything. Like I said, YouTube is so stingy that all the stuff that I want to do, there's probably no video platform that would let me like do absolutely everything I'd want to do. At that point, it would be a thing if I may as well just upload stuff on my own then. Of course, if I do that, nobody's going to see it. Once again, it's not a thing I necessarily care about. If it's only like 10 people that'd be interested in watching it, at least they have access to it and they don't have to be inhibited in any way. But yeah, I'm going to consider, at least for game streams and stuff, maybe coming over here more. This one's not going to be saved tonight. It's already breaking YouTube anyways, this video. The stream went so long that YouTube's end was like not even able to handle it anymore. So this isn't going to be like saved or anything. It's not going to be archived. It was just a test stream here tonight. But future streams over here on YouTube probably will be. And yeah, I'm going to consider them. I'm definitely going to consider doing more over here. Thank you again to everybody who came by. Thank you again to everybody that like supported today too. There were a lot of people that came in and threw support. And like I said, it was way more than anything we've ever been used to before. I think on Twitch they made things pretty difficult for that, but at the same time too, I also refund most of it, anything I get. But yeah, just a lot of people who came by tonight. Thank you again to everyone who did. And I'm sorry it was like 8 hours of reading this stuff, but there was a lot of it, and I did want to give everybody at least some proper time here. For those I couldn't get to, I'll try to read your stuff next stream. I'm going to try to be a little bit better too next time around. I need to figure out Super Chat a little bit more. I'll probably stream a bit earlier too, so it doesn't run this late. But I think this worked out pretty well. I think this was a good experiment. And if you guys want to see more Air Ride in the future, we'll probably do legitimate like Air Ride in the future. Maybe Julian and I will play it together. So, yeah, thank you for everybody who came by. This was just kind of a test stream. Worked out pretty well. And yeah, I guess I'll see you guys next time. Bye, everybody. Farewell.